Hello there, welcome to Nighttime Stories. I hope you've had a wonderful day. Now it's time to unwind. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. Before you get cozy, I'd love for you to like this video and subscribe. It helps bring more bedtime stories your way. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and let's begin. So my girlfriend and I decided to take a break from the chaos of the city and head out into the woods for a weekend camping trip. We found this secluded spot up north, really far from any campgrounds or other campers. The kind of place you imagine when you want to disconnect completely from everything. It was perfect. We set up our tent near a small clearing, surrounded by trees, with no sign of anyone else anywhere near us. It was exactly what we were looking for. We spent the first day hiking, cooking over the fire, and just enjoying the peace and quiet. No traffic noise, no street lights, just the sound of nature. As the sun set, we settled into the tent, and honestly, I felt like I could stay there forever. It was one of those trips where everything felt right. The stars were visible through the top of the tent, and it was almost eerily quiet at night. Not even the wind seemed to be blowing, just complete stillness. But things got weird on the second night. I woke up around 3 in the morning. I wasn't sure what had woken me, but I could tell something was off. I looked over at my girlfriend, still fast asleep beside me. The only light was from the moon coming through the tent's fabric, casting faint shadows. I turned over to go back to sleep, but then I noticed something. The flap of the tent was slightly open. Not a lot, just enough to make me raise an eyebrow. I couldn't figure out if I had forgotten to close it properly, or if the wind had somehow nudged it open. I wasn't exactly thrilled by the thought of a random animal sneaking in, so I got up quietly, careful not to wake her, and went over to close the flap. As I did, I checked around the campsite, but everything seemed normal. Nothing seemed out of place, and no sounds or movements seemed strange. I even checked on my girlfriend again to make sure she was all right. She was still peacefully sleeping, undisturbed. I sighed and closed the flap tightly, making sure it was secured. I thought it was probably nothing, just a breeze or something, and went back to bed. But that feeling of unease lingered in the back of my mind. The next morning we woke up to a bright, beautiful day. The sun was filtering through the trees, and everything looked calm again. We got up, had some breakfast, and started getting things together to enjoy another day out in the woods. But as I was folding up the tent, something caught my eye. The tent, it wasn't in the exact same position as when we set it up. It was subtle, but when I looked closely, I realized the tent had shifted slightly. The edges were a little further from the trees than they had been the night before. The ropes that had been securing it to the ground were a little looser, too, and one of the pegs was completely out of the ground. I didn't know how I hadn't noticed it the night before. At first, I just assumed it was the wind. Maybe it had blown hard enough to move the tent a bit. I figured I hadn't staked it down tightly enough, so I didn't think too much of it. I mentioned it to my girlfriend, but she just shrugged it off, saying it could have been from the wind. She's usually pretty chill about stuff like this, so I wasn't too worried either. But as the day went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. There was this constant sense that we weren't alone, that we were being watched, even though we were deep in the woods and miles from any other campers. It wasn't anything specific, just a feeling. By the time we returned to the campsite, after a hike later that afternoon, that nagging sense of unease was impossible to ignore. Our things, which we had left neatly by the fire pit, were scattered around the campsite. Our backpacks were turned upside down, the food bag was open, and there were crumbs everywhere. It was clear that something or someone had been rummaging through our stuff. At first, I thought maybe an animal had gotten to it. Bears, raccoons, and other wildlife are common in the area, but nothing about it seemed quite right. The food bags had been ripped open, but the contents weren't eaten in the usual way. It was almost as if someone had deliberately torn into them without consuming anything. There was no sign of animal tracks, no claw marks or tooth marks like you'd expect with wildlife. I looked at my girlfriend, my stomach sinking. She seemed just as unsettled, her eyes darting around the clearing. Neither of us said anything for a moment, but I could feel the tension between us growing. It wasn't just the mess, it was the feeling that someone had been there, close, watching us. We cleaned up the best we could, trying to reassure ourselves that it was just a random animal or maybe some curious person who had wandered through. We decided to stay another night, though both of us were starting to feel more on edge. We kept the campfire going a little longer that night, talking and keeping our voices up in the hope that the noise would keep anything or anyone away. But as night fell and the fire burned low, the same feeling from the previous night began to creep back in. I kept hearing small noises in the distance, just beyond the reach of the firelight. At first, I thought it was just the sounds of the forest branches moving, small animals, the wind. But it kept happening over and over. The sound of footsteps crunching in the leaves. It was faint, but unmistakable, and it was coming closer. I stood up and looked around, but there was nothing. Just the trees swaying in the wind, the dark shapes of the woods stretching out before me. I checked the perimeter of the campsite again, but there was no sign of anyone. My heart was pounding now. I was beginning to feel like I was losing my mind. The strange occurrences, the feeling of being watched, the sound of footsteps when no one was around it, was all starting to add up in a way I didn't want to acknowledge. As I was pacing the campfire, I noticed something. Footprints. There were tracks in the dirt around our tent, faint but visible. They looked fresh. I moved closer to inspect them, my breath catching in my throat. The tracks led away from the tent, deeper into the woods, but they didn't lead to any other campsite. No other signs of life. Just the single set of footprints that led off into the dark, as if someone had been standing outside our tent, watching us while we slept. My girlfriend stood behind me now, her eyes wide with fear. I could see it in her face. She was scared too. I'd never seen her like this before. We packed up as quickly as we could. Neither of us spoke as we hurried to get our things together. The air was thick with tension, the quiet of the forest now feeling suffocating. We both knew something wasn't right, and we couldn't ignore it any longer. As we prepared to leave, I realized the worst part. We hadn't been alone the whole time. Someone had been here moving around our camp, watching us, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And just as I thought I was getting out of there, I heard something again, footsteps, faint and deliberate, following me in the dark. As I grabbed the last of our things, shoving them hastily into the backpack, my hands were shaking. My stomach churned with a growing sense of urgency. The sun was setting, the sky painted with shades of orange and purple, and the forest around us was becoming increasingly dark and eerie. The wind had picked up, making the trees sway ominously. The crackling of the fire from earlier had died down, leaving only the rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. I glanced nervously at my girlfriend, who was staring off into the woods, her face pale. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. To be honest, I felt the same way. Something was wrong, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed, that we weren't alone. The sound of footsteps that I had heard earlier, those faint crunches in the leaves, seemed to echo in my mind. They were so soft at first that I thought it was just the wind, or maybe a squirrel scampering through the underbrush. But after a few hours, the sound became more distinct. It was deliberate. Someone or something was walking around the campsite. And now, the tracks. Fresh footprints leading from our tent and into the woods, with no other signs of life around them. It wasn't just the mess with the food bags, or the tent being slightly out of place. It wasn't just the feeling of being watched anymore. It was the absolute certainty that someone had been here, near us, and that they were still watching. I didn't want to say it out loud, but I was terrified. And I could see it in my girlfriend's eyes that she was just as scared. Neither of us had ever been in a situation like this before. We had gone camping countless times in the past, but this felt different. It felt wrong. "Are we really going to stay here?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Two just want to go. I don't feel safe." I looked at her, trying to reassure her with a weak smile. "Yeah, we're leaving. Just give me a few more minutes. I want to make sure we don't forget anything." But I wasn't sure about what we were leaving behind. What if someone was still out there? What if they were waiting for us to make a move? I kept imagining someone lurking just beyond the reach of our flashlight, hiding in the trees, just waiting for us to be vulnerable. As I finished packing, I heard it again. The footsteps. This time, they were closer. I froze, my blood running cold. They weren't just some distant sound anymore. I could hear them clearly, soft, measured steps, as if someone was walking around the perimeter of our campsite, pacing, circling us. I looked at my girlfriend, my heart pounding. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. She nodded, her eyes wide with fear. "Yes, it's them." I wasn't sure if it was paranoia, but it felt as though the footsteps were following a pattern. Whoever or whatever it wasn't just wandering aimlessly. It was waiting for us to make a move. waiting for us to expose ourselves. I grabbed my flashlight and moved toward the edge of the campsite, trying to peer into the dark woods beyond. But the beam of light from the flashlight didn't help much. The trees stood thick and black against the night, their trunks twisting like dark silhouettes. The more I looked into the woods, the more I felt like I was staring into something I couldn't understand, something that wasn't part of this world. "Let's go," my girlfriend said suddenly, her voice strained. "We need to leave now. I don't care about anything else." I nodded, the panic starting to rise in my chest. We were out of time. Whatever was happening, whatever had been happening, it wasn't just a weird coincidence anymore. We had been watched. We had been followed. And now it was time to get out of there. I threw the last of our gear into the car and started the engine, the sound of the motor breaking the tense silence of the woods. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead of us. But as I pulled out of the campsite, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still there, just behind us. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone in the shadows of the trees, but the woods were empty, as they should have been. We didn't speak as we drove down the winding dirt road, our headlights cutting through the trees, pushing the darkness back just enough to see. The tension in the car was palpable. We both felt it, the weight of whatever had happened back at that campsite. The uneasy silence between us was more than just the normal awkwardness after a long day of hiking. It felt like we had been marked, like something was still lingering behind us. I kept checking the rearview mirror. The trees, the shadows, the road, it all seemed like a blur. But I kept seeing something out of the corner of my eye, just for a split second. A figure standing by the side of the road. No, not a figure, a person, standing perfectly still, watching us drive away. I swerved, nearly losing control of the car. I slammed my foot on the brake, my hands gripping the steering wheel. But when I looked again, the figure was gone. There was nothing there. "What the hell was that?" I whispered, my voice shaking. My girlfriend was silent beside me, her hand gripping the door handle, her knuckles white. "I don't know. I didn't see anything." But I knew what I had seen, and the strange thing was, she didn't even ask me to turn around. She didn't question what I had seen. She didn't need to. I drove faster now, my foot pressing harder on the gas pedal, trying to get as far from the woods as I could. But the feeling didn't leave. It was there, in the pit of my stomach, gnawing at me. By the time we reached the nearest town, the sky was fully dark. We stopped at a gas station, and I refueled the car in silence. I glanced around at the small town around us, the flickering lights of the gas station illuminating the street corner, but nothing felt real anymore. I felt like we were in a movie, like we were characters in some horror film, and I was waiting for the credits to roll, waiting for the monster to jump out from behind the screen. When I looked back at the woods in the distance, I saw it again, a figure, just standing there at the edge of the trees, watching us. But this time, I didn't look away, and it didn't move. I didn't want to look back, but I couldn't stop myself. It was like my eyes were magnetized to the figure standing at the edge of the woods, just barely visible in the dim light of the gas station. I couldn't make out any details, just the shape of a person, tall, still, and unnervingly silent. The second I looked, the feeling I had been trying to ignore all night, this overwhelming sense of being watched, came rushing back with full force. It was no longer just paranoia, it was real. The air felt thick, like something was hanging in the balance, waiting to tip over. I knew with a sick certainty that it was the same figure I had seen earlier by the tent, in the woods, outside the car. I turned to my girlfriend, who was staring straight ahead, her eyes locked on the dashboard. She hadn't seen it. Maybe it was for the best. I didn't want her to feel the way I felt right now. I didn't want to admit to her what was going on in my head, that we weren't safe, that whatever had been following us was still here. I shook my head and started the car, my foot slamming onto the gas pedal as we left the gas station behind. I didn't know where we were going, just that I wanted to put as much distance as possible between us and that feeling, between us and them. The drive was quiet. My girlfriend hadn't said a word since I started the car. I could see her out of the corner of my eye, her face pale, her hands gripping the seatbelt like it was the only thing keeping her grounded. I didn't know how to talk to her about it. How could I explain what had happened? How could I make her understand that something wasn't right, that we weren't safe, even though everything around us appeared perfectly normal? I tried to keep my eyes on the road, but I couldn't help myself. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror. The darkness of the woods seemed to stretch endlessly behind us, and every now and then I thought I saw something move, just a flicker, a shadow, nothing solid, but it was enough. Enough to make me grip the steering wheel harder and push the gas pedal down a little further. Eventually we reached a town. I don't even remember the name of it, just some small, quiet place, a typical roadside pit stop. The neon lights from the diner cast a faint glow on the empty streets, and I felt an odd sense of relief when I pulled into the parking lot. At least here, I thought, we'd be around other people. At least here, we wouldn't be alone. I parked the car and turned off the engine, but the silence that followed was deafening. It felt like we were still in the woods, still being watched, even though we were surrounded by streetlights and the faint murmur of cars passing by. My girlfriend exhaled sharply and unbuckled her seatbelt. "Let's just go inside, okay? I can't handle this anymore." I nodded, but as we got out of the car and started toward the diner, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. We weren't supposed to be here. We were supposed to be far away, somewhere safe, somewhere normal. Instead, I felt like we were just being drawn further into whatever this was. Inside the diner, we sat at a booth in the far corner. The place was empty, except for the older woman behind the counter, who barely looked up from the newspaper she was reading. The waitress came over to take our order, her smile a little too wide, a little too forced. She handed us menus, but neither of us looked at them. "Just coffee for now," I said, my voice a little shaky, and she nodded before disappearing back into the kitchen. My girlfriend rubbed her temples, her face twisted in exhaustion. She looked like she was about to burst into tears. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her everything would be okay, but I didn't know if I believed it myself. I didn't know if I could convince either of us that we were going to be all right. "Why do I feel like they're still here?" she whispered. "Like they're following us." Her words hit me like a punch to the stomach. I had been thinking the same thing, but hearing her say it out loud made it even worse. "I don't know," I admitted quietly, staring down at my hands. "But I feel it too, like they're just waiting." She exhaled shakily. "I'm scared." I didn't know how to respond. How could I? What was I supposed to say when I felt the same fear clawing at my chest? How could I offer comfort when I knew we weren't out of danger? The waitress returned with our coffee, setting the cups down in front of us with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I barely noticed her leaving, too focused on the quiet that had settled between us. We drank the coffee in silence, neither of us touching the menus in front of us. Eventually, my girlfriend stood up and headed to the restroom. I watched her go, her shoulders slumped, her body tense. I knew she was as shaken as I was, but there was nothing we could do. It didn't take long for her to return, but when she did, she looked different. Her eyes were wide, and she was walking quickly, as though she was trying to avoid being noticed. When she sat back down across from me, her hands were trembling. "Did you see them?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. I froze, my blood going cold. "What do you mean?" "Out the window," she said, her eyes darting nervously toward the diner's large windows. "There's someone in the parking lot." I turned to look, and sure enough, standing just outside the diner's entrance, was a figure. It wasn't just a person. It was the same figure we had seen before. The same man, wearing a dark coat, standing still, staring directly at the window. My heart raced as I turned back to my girlfriend, who was now shaking, tears in her eyes. "We need to leave, now." But as I looked at her, I felt something shift within me. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was something else, something colder, something I couldn't put into words. "Don't worry," I said, trying to sound calm. But I was lying. "We'll be fine." I tried to sound convincing, but I knew we weren't fine. We hadn't been fine for a long time. Whatever had been happening, whatever had been following us, it was getting closer. It was in the parking lot now, watching us, waiting. And I had no idea what we could do to stop it. The figure outside stood motionless, and for a moment, it felt like time had stopped. We couldn't just sit there, frozen and helpless. My heart hammered in my chest, each beat echoing through my ears like a warning. I tried to calm myself, but I could feel the panic creeping up my spine. The figure outside the diner was still standing there, watching us. I could feel the weight of its gaze pressing against the glass, like it knew we were watching it too. It didn't move. It just stood there, unnaturally still, as if it was waiting for something, waiting for us to make a move. I turned back to my girlfriend, She was pale, her hands shaking as she gripped the edge of the table. Her eyes were wide with fear, and I could see the terror that mirrored my own in them. I opened my mouth to say something, to reassure her, but the words wouldn't come. What could I say? Everything felt wrong. Nothing about this situation made sense. We had been followed. We had been watched, and now it felt like we were trapped. "We need to go," I said finally, my voice more forceful than I meant it to be. I didn't care about paying for the coffee or looking normal. The only thing I cared about was getting us out of that diner and as far away from that figure as possible. She nodded, her eyes still locked on the window. I stood up, grabbing our jackets and our bags, trying not to rush but knowing we didn't have much time. I could feel my pulse quickening, the adrenaline surging through my body, making every movement feel faster than it actually was. It was like we were being hunted, like something in the pit of my stomach was telling me that if we didn't move quickly enough, we wouldn't make it out of here alive. I looked back at the window as we moved toward the door, and for the briefest moment, I thought the figure had moved. My breath caught in my throat as I realized it was closer. It had been standing by the entrance, but now it was just a few feet away from the glass, its eyes still fixed on us. "Let's go," I hissed, my voice strained with panic. We reached the door, but when I tried to open it, I couldn't. The handle wouldn't turn. It was stuck. My pulse surged again, this time with panic. What was happening? Why was the door stuck? I pulled harder, but it refused to budge. I glanced back at my girlfriend, who was standing there, wide-eyed, as if she had just realized something was terribly wrong. My thoughts scrambled, and I quickly checked the doorframe to see if it had somehow jammed. Nothing. It looked fine. It should have opened, but it didn't. "Why won't it open?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. I could hear the tremor in it, and I felt the same way. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. I gripped the handle harder, but no matter how much I pulled, it wouldn't give. I pounded on the door with my fist, desperate, but it was useless. The door was locked. It was stuck. And I didn't know why. "Is there another way out?" my girlfriend asked, her voice trembling. I could see the panic in her eyes now. She was scared. We were both scared, but there had to be another way out. I looked around quickly. The windows, I thought. We could break a window if we had to, but when I turned to look at the windows, I froze. The figure from outside was no longer standing in front of the door. It had moved, and now it was standing right behind the window, directly in front of us. The glass separated us from it, but it didn't matter. The figure's face was visible now. Its features were too pale, its eyes too dark. There was no expression, no emotion. Just a cold, unfeeling stare. The worst part? It was smiling. A slow, cruel smile that stretched across its face, like it was enjoying the fear it was causing. My girlfriend gasped, her hand flying to her mouth in horror. I felt my legs go weak beneath me. The figure wasn't just watching us, it was toying with us. It had been here, waiting, stalking us from the moment we stepped foot into the woods. "Why is it smiling?" my girlfriend asked, her voice trembling with disbelief. I didn't have an answer. I couldn't speak. My throat was dry, and all I could do was watch in frozen horror as the figure outside continued to smile. It was as if it was daring us to try something, daring us to make a move, as if it knew it had control over us. I turned toward the counter, desperate to find anyone who might be able to help, but the diner was still empty. The woman behind the counter was sitting in the same position as before, her face still buried in the newspaper. She hadn't even looked up at us. It was like she couldn't see what was happening. Or maybe she didn't want to see. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't stay here, locked in this diner with no way out, surrounded by the feeling of something closing in around us. I had to break free. I had to find a way out, even if it meant doing something drastic. I turned back to the door, my eyes still on the figure outside, still grinning at us. I pulled on the handle again, harder this time, desperation flooding my chest. And then something happened. The door opened. It wasn't gradual. It wasn't a slow creak. It was like the door had been waiting for me to pull harder. The latch released with a sudden snap, and the door swung open. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my girlfriend's hand and pulled her outside, into the cold night air. We didn't look back. I didn't even care that the figure was still standing behind the window, still watching us. We were out. We were free. But the instant we stepped outside, something else happened. The air felt different, heavier. It wasn't just the chill of the night. It felt like the world itself had shifted. The trees around us were darker now, the shadows stretching longer, and there was no sound. No birds, no insects, no rustling of the leaves, just the hush of complete silence. "Where are we?" my girlfriend whispered, her voice shaky. I didn't answer. I didn't know. The parking lot of the diner should have been just behind us, but when I turned around, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The diner was gone. There was no sign of the building, no neon sign, no windows, just an empty, barren stretch of road, stretching into the blackness. The only thing visible was the same endless darkness of the woods, stretching out into the distance. "What the hell is going on?" I said, my voice breaking. I wasn't even sure if I was asking her or myself. I took a few steps back, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The diner, the woods, the road, it was all wrong. It wasn't real. And then I saw it again, the figure, standing in the shadows just beyond the tree line. It was closer now, and the smile was still there, still waiting. And I knew, without a doubt, that we hadn't escaped. We had only just begun. The air felt thick with dread, as if the very atmosphere had conspired to trap us in this place. I stood frozen in the middle of the road, my legs trembling, my mind racing as I tried to comprehend what was happening. My heart was beating so loudly in my chest that I could feel it in my ears, but the silence around us was deafening. There were no sounds from the forest, No hum of traffic in the distance, just an overwhelming, crushing quiet. I glanced at my girlfriend, who stood beside me, her face ashen, her eyes wide with terror. She was looking at the same thing I was. The figurino, the thing was still there, just beyond the tree line, its pale face barely visible in the darkness. The smile that had haunted me for what felt like an eternity. It was closer now, but it hadn't moved, at least not physically. I could feel its presence pressing down on us, like it was pulling us toward it, like it had control over every movement, every breath I took. I didn't know how I knew this. It wasn't something I could explain, but deep down, I knew we weren't going to walk away from this. I turned to my girlfriend, desperate to make sense of it all. We need to go. Now. My voice was shaking, but I had no other choice. I didn't care where we went, as long as it was away from this place. But as I took a step forward, I realized something that made my blood run cold. The road we were standing on, the one that had been visible when we first walked out of the diner, was no longer there. It had vanished. The concrete, the parking lot, the diner, everything was gone. There was no sign of any of it. I turned in a full circle, my head spinning, my vision blurring. The world around us was stretching into an endless forest, a thick, dark wall of trees that seemed to close in from all sides. There was no way out. This isn't real, my girlfriend whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. We're not really here, are we? I couldn't answer her. I didn't know how. What was happening was beyond anything I could have imagined. The diner, the parking lot, the road, everything was gone, and in its place was nothing but darkness and trees. I turned to look back at the figure, and it was still there, standing in the same spot, watching us. But now the smile on its face was wider, more sinister. Its eyes, they weren't human. They were black, with no whites or pupils, just empty, endless blackness. And that smile, its twisted, unnatural grin was growing, stretching farther across its face, as if it was enjoying the fear it was causing. I reached out to my girlfriend, pulling her toward me, but she seemed to be frozen, her eyes fixed on the figure. We need to run, I said, but my voice felt weak. It didn't matter. We were trapped. I grabbed her hand and started to pull her in the opposite direction, deeper into the woods, hoping to find some way out. But the more I ran, the more the forest seemed to stretch. The more the trees seemed to close in around us. It was like we were running in place, like we were moving but getting nowhere. And then I heard it. The footsteps. I stopped, my heart in my throat. The footsteps were coming from behind us, soft at first, but growing louder. Crunching leaves, snapping twigs, growing closer. Someone or something was following us. I turned to look, but there was nothing there. Just the darkness, the trees, the oppressive quiet. But the footsteps kept coming, growing louder, more distinct. I grabbed my girlfriend's hand tighter, pulling her with me, but my legs felt heavy, like they were made of lead. I couldn't move fast enough. We were going to die out here. I didn't know how I knew it. It was a cold, undeniable truth that had settled deep in my bones. Something was hunting us. It wasn't the figure in the woods anymore. It was something else. Something far worse. I could feel the presence behind me, growing stronger. Whatever it was getting closer. I could feel its breath on the back of my neck, the air growing colder as it drew near. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. And then suddenly, everything stopped. The footsteps, the air, the tension, it was all gone. I turned to look at my girlfriend, but she wasn't there. My stomach dropped as I looked around, panic rising in my chest. "Where are you?" I shouted, my voice breaking. She wasn't far away, just a few feet, but she wasn't there anymore. There was no trace of her. It was like she had vanished. "No," I whispered, my voice trembling. "No, no, no." I ran in a circle looking for her, but I couldn't find her. The trees, the darkness, the empty, oppressive quiet, it was all closing in around me. I felt like I was suffocating, like the air itself was against me. I ran back toward the place where I had last seen her, but I could barely see anything. The light from the moon had all but vanished, leaving me in complete darkness. The only thing I could hear was my own breath, ragged and desperate. And then I heard it. Her voice. It was faint at first, barely a whisper, but then it became clearer, louder. "Help me. Please, help me." I spun around, my heart racing. "Where are you?" I yelled, but my voice sounded weak in the silence. "Help me, please." I followed the sound of her voice, stumbling over branches and rocks, my breath catching in my throat. The voice was getting closer. It was her. It had to be. She was out here somewhere. She needed me. But as I pushed through the trees, the voice changed. It wasn't her anymore. It was something else. "You're too late," the voice whispered, and the words felt like ice running through my veins. I stopped dead in my tracks. I turned back toward where I had last seen the figure. It was still there, standing motionless, just beyond the trees, and now it was no longer smiling. Its eyes were wide open, its mouth still twisted in that sick grin, but it wasn't just watching me anymore. It was coming closer. And this time, it wasn't alone. There were others, figures emerging from the darkness, stepping into the moonlight, figures with twisted, grotesque smiles, their eyes dark and lifeless. They were walking toward me, slowly, methodically, and I knew with terrifying certainty that they were here for me. I didn't know how to escape. I didn't know where to run. I was already too late. I didn't know what to do. My legs were shaking uncontrollably, my mind a blur of fear and confusion. The figures, those things, were coming closer, and I could feel their presence, cold and suffocating. My heart pounded in my chest, the sound deafening in my ears. I wanted to scream, to run, to fight back, but my body refused to cooperate. Every instinct told me to run, but where could I go? The woods stretched out in every direction, an endless sea of dark trees that seemed to close in on me with each passing second. I stumbled backward, the weight of the world pressing down on me. The air felt heavy, thick, as if the very atmosphere around me was conspiring to keep me trapped. I turned around, desperate for any sign of escape, but there was nothing. The path I had walked just moments before was gone, swallowed by the darkness. All I could see were the figures standing there, unmoving, their eyes dark and lifeless, their twisted smiles still etched on their faces. I had to do something. I couldn't just stand here. I couldn't let them take me. But what could I do? They were too close now. Too many. They were everywhere, and I was alone. No, I thought, I'm not alone. I had to remind myself of that. I had my girlfriend, and I had to find her. She had to be here somewhere. She had to be. I couldn't leave her behind. I took a deep breath, forcing my trembling body into motion. I pushed through the trees, stumbling and tripping over roots and branches, my eyes darting in every direction, searching for any sign of her. The forest around me felt alive, closing in, shifting with every step I took. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, followed by the very shadows themselves. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, I expected to see one of them, one of those twisted figures, standing just behind me. She's here. I repeated the thought over and over, trying to drown out the fear gnawing at me. I had to keep going. I couldn't stop. I had to find her. And then I heard it. A soft rustling in the distance, a faint cry. I spun around, my heart racing, my chest tight. There, through the trees, I saw Hermie girlfriend standing by the base of a tree, her back to me, her shoulders shaking. Her head turned slowly as I called out her name, and her eyes locked onto mine. There was a strange emptiness in them. It was like she wasn't really seeing me, but something else, something behind her eyes, something I couldn't understand. "What's wrong?" I called, taking a step forward, my voice hoarse and desperate. She didn't answer. She didn't move. She just stood there, staring at me, her face pale and drawn. I took another step toward her, and that's when I noticed it. The figure standing just behind her, just beyond her shoulder, its eyes fixed on me. The smile, it wasn't just a smile anymore. It was a grin. A wide, twisted grin, stretching impossibly far across its face, like it was mocking me, taunting me. "No!" I shouted, my voice breaking. "Get away from her!" I ran toward her, but as I got closer, she started to move, not toward me, but away backward, further into the woods, toward the dark figure behind her. "What's happening?" I screamed, reaching out to grab her arm. But as soon as my hand touched her, it was like I was touching something cold, something dead. She was cold to the touch, her skin ice cold, and her body stiff, like she was being controlled. Her head jerked to the side, and I saw either eyes were no longer looking at me. They were looking past me, towards something else, something just beyond my shoulder. Her lips curled into a grin, a slow, sinister smile that mirrored the one on the figure's face. "No," I whispered, backing away from her. "No, no, no." I couldn't understand it. What was happening? Why was she acting like this? It wasn't my girlfriend anymore. It wasn't the person I had come into the woods with. It was something else, something that had taken her, possessed her, turned her into a shell of the person she had been. I turned around, my legs moving instinctively, and there it was again, the figure. Standing just beyond the trees, its twisted grin widening, the darkness around it seeming to pulse. It was waiting for me to make a move, to show any sign of weakness. I had to get out. I had to leave before it was too late. I turned and ran, my legs burning as I sprinted through the forest, the trees whipping past me. I could still hear her voice in my head, her hollow whispering, "You're too late." It was a voice I didn't recognize anymore, but I knew it was her. I knew it, deep down. She was still there somewhere. She was just lost. But I didn't have time to save her. Not now. Not when it was too dangerous. I ran and ran, my breath ragged, the fear pushing me forward, driving me to keep moving, to get out of the woods and away from whatever had taken her. But no matter how fast I ran, no matter how far I pushed myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still behind me, that they were still watching me, waiting. The trees began to thin as I reached the edge of the woods, and I stumbled out into the open. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I just kept running, my feet pounding against the dirt road, my mind clouded with fear. I didn't look back. I didn't look back until I reached the car. I didn't look back until I was safely inside, locked in, with the engine roaring to life beneath me. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling. The feeling that I hadn't escaped at all. As I drove away, my eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. The woods stretched out behind me, dark and endless. But for a split second, I saw it again. The figure. It was standing at the edge of the trees, watching me, its grin still stretching across its face. And I knew then that I hadn't left them behind. They were still out there, waiting for me, waiting for us. And they would always be there, always watching, always waiting. It wasn't supposed to be a permanent gig, just a paycheck, something to keep the lights on while I figured out the next step. The job listing was vague: overnight security, remote site, must be comfortable with solitude. That was it. No company name, no contact beyond a burner phone that led to a brief interview in a rented office. They offered me the job on the spot. Double minimum wage, 5 nights a week, midnight to 8. No co-workers, no supervisors, just me and a few cameras. I didn't ask many questions. I needed the money, and I've never been picky about silence. The factory was a brick and steel corpse on the edge of nowhere, surrounded by a thick border of pine trees, the kind of place that stopped producing things before I was even born. It used to make industrial machines pumps, maybe, or engines. Now it just sat empty, tucked down a long dirt road off the highway, forgotten by everyone except whoever still paid for someone like me to sit there all night. The first night was uneventful, which I was grateful for. I parked out front, walked through the only functioning door, and settled into the front office. They'd given me a small monitor hooked to a row of outdated security cameras placed around the interior and exterior of the building. Most of them worked, or at least tried to. The video feed was grainy and jumped like a scratched film reel, but it showed enough. My routine was simple. I did a walkthrough of the property at the top of each hour, checked the cameras in between, and read old paperbacks I brought from home. The building had power but no heat, so I wore layers and kept my coat on. There was no plumbing either, just a chemical toilet out back. It wasn't glamorous, but I've had worse. I remember thinking how still everything felt, not quiet exactly. The wind moved through the trees with a low whistle, and the old beams of the building creaked as they settled. But the stillness was deeper than that. It was like the factory had been waiting a long time for someone to come back, and now that someone was me. The second night is when things started to change. It was around 2 a.m. I was halfway through my third lap of the night, walking down the main corridor where the assembly lines used to run. My boots echoed against the concrete, a sharp clack that bounced off the walls and ceiling. Then I heard it. Another set of footsteps. They weren't far, just a few paces behind me, soft and quick. I spun around instantly, heart thumping, flashlight cutting through the darkness. There was no one there. I waited, held my breath, listening for any sound. The building was dead silent again. I walked back the way I came, checking every doorway, every shadow, but found nothing. I told myself it was an echo. Maybe my own steps had bounced back at a strange angle. The place was big and empty, and probably warped the sound. Still, it stuck with me. Back in the office, I watched the monitors more closely. They flickered as usual, lines of static cutting across the screen every few seconds, but nothing moved. No shapes, no shadows, just empty halls. By the time my shift ended, I was tired, but not shaken. I chalked it up to nerves. The isolation, the silence it messes with your sense of space and time. I drove home with the radio on full blast, trying to forget the way those footsteps had sounded so deliberate. The third night was worse. It started with the cameras. Around 1 a.m. they began to cut out entirely, not just the usual flicker, full black screens. They'd come back for a few seconds, then vanish again. I checked the power connections, made sure everything was still plugged in, but nothing helped. Then the whispers started. The first time, I thought it was wind, a soft, low murmur that passed through the vents above the office ceiling, but it got louder, closer. Like someone leaning in from behind, speaking in a language I didn't know. I stood up fast, flashlight in one hand, my other gripping the chair like I needed an anchor. The whispering stopped as soon as I moved. I stepped into the hallway. Nothing. I did a full sweep of the factory, more thorough than usual. I opened every door, checked every corner, even walked around the outside of the building. I was alone, completely and absolutely alone. Still, when I sat back down, I didn't take off my coat. I kept the flashlight in my lap, and when I heard the whispering again, I didn't turn around. I just sat still, jaw clenched, waiting for the shift to end. It was the fourth night when I found the footprints. They were in the dust, clear impressions of bare feet, starting near the entrance to the old maintenance corridor. I hadn't walked through there yet that night. The corridor was narrow and mostly empty, just a few rusted cabinets and some crumbling drywall. I had checked it before, but rarely. The prints were long, narrow, almost childlike. They led from the hallway into the corridor, then vanished just past the second door. I followed them slowly, flashlight aimed at the floor. The closer I got to the end of the hallway, the colder the air felt. Not just chilly, but biting, like walking into a freezer. The last door on the left was slightly ajar. I stood there for a moment, hand hovering near the knob. Then I heard it again, the whispering, not behind me this time, inside the room. I opened the door. There was no one inside, just a stack of broken chairs and an old filing cabinet. But in the corner of the room, behind the cabinet, something caught my eye. A book. Its cover was torn, pages yellowed and curled with age. I picked it up. Inside the front cover, written in faded pen, was a name, Thomas Reed. Below it, in different handwriting, Watchman, 1980, 2 to 1984. I sat on the floor and started reading. The entries were brief, messy, like they'd been written in a rush. Most of them were just times and noises. Heard footsteps again. 2:17 a.m. Whispers louder tonight, coming from the walls. Cameras down again. Can't trust the footage. The last entry stopped me cold. I tried to leave. Doors won't open. Windows sealed. I think I'm part of it now. I think that's how it gets you. I closed the book slowly, the weight of it sinking into my lap. The whispers had stopped, but I knew they would be back. I didn't go back the next night. I called the supervisor number they gave me when I first got hired, the one that always went straight to voicemail. I left a message saying the power was acting up, the cameras were failing, and the place didn't feel safe. I half hoped they wouldn't call back. That they'd write me off, pay me out for the week, and find someone else to babysit that factory. They called me back in less than 2 hours. A man's voice, flat, uninterested. He asked if the building had been damaged. I told him no, just strange noises, camera issues, and a power flicker or two. He told me to keep logging my shifts, and that it was probably nothing more than electrical interference. He didn't ask about the book, didn't ask about the footprints. And when I mentioned the footsteps, the line went quiet for a second too long. Then just a bored "we'll note it," followed by a click. That was it. So I went back. I got there around 11:30. I sat in the car for a while with the engine running and the heater blasting. The factory loomed in the dark like it had always been there, waiting for me. The trees lining the property stood still like sentinels. I told myself I'd just check in, walk the perimeter, check the cameras, and if anything was off, I'd leave. Inside, it smelled like metal and dust, that cold industrial scent that never really goes away. My boots echoed down the hallway again, that same sharp clack. I walked past the main corridor, past the old break room, and straight to the office. The monitor was on, cameras flickering as usual. For once they weren't glitching out entirely. I watched for a full 20 minutes. No movement, no figures, just dead air and shadows. But I didn't feel better. I pulled the journal out of my bag. I'd taken it home the night before, spent hours reading it with the lights on. It wasn't long, just 30 pages, front and back. But every word felt soaked in panic. Like the person writing it had stopped being scared of what was out there and started being scared of what he was becoming. The early entries were routine. He logged times, camera feed issues, door checks. Then the entries shifted. Heard whispering tonight. Couldn't sleep when I got home. Feel like something's inside the walls. A door was open that shouldn't have been. No signs of forced entry, just open. I'm starting to hear things during the day now. Static, low voices. I think it followed me. That was the part I couldn't stop thinking about. I sat at the desk, flipping through the pages, my back to the wall. The office door was cracked open. The hallway beyond was empty. Then the screen on the monitor blinked out, all of them at once. I didn't move. I just stared at the black monitor. After a few seconds, the static returned. The image came back, then cut out again. On one of the screens, the one near the loading dock, a shape flickered past the camera. It was fast, too fast to see clearly, a blur of movement. I stood slowly, flashlight in hand, journal under my arm. I knew better than to go chasing shadows, but I couldn't help myself. I needed to know, needed to see if it was something explainable. My footsteps were slower this time, controlled. My breath felt tight in my chest. Every time I passed a doorway, I felt the urge to shine the light inside. Every window, every piece of old machinery seemed too still. I reached the loading dock, empty. The metal roll-up door was closed, padlocked. The overhead lights buzzed quietly above me. Then I heard it. Behind me. A door shutting, slow and deliberate. I turned, shining the flashlight down the hall. Nothing. I should have left right then. Instead, I followed the hallway that ran parallel to the storage rooms. It was colder here, more narrow. My light barely reached the walls. That's when I saw them again. Footprints. Fresh ones, right in the dust, clear as day, bare feet, just like before, walking toward the far end of the hall. I followed them. The prints turned left, toward the old maintenance corridor. I stopped. That corridor hadn't been on the blueprint I found in the break room. It wasn't listed on the building map above the fire extinguisher either. It wasn't supposed to be there. I stood at the entrance for what felt like a full minute. The footprints led into the dark, beyond where my flashlight could reach. Then I heard something that froze me in place. Breathing. Not mine. Not some ambient sound from the vents. Slow, steady breathing like someone standing just out of sight. I raised the flashlight and stepped forward, slowly. Just as I reached the corner, the breathing stopped. The light flickered, and then the camera on my belt, issued by the company, meant to sync with the office feed, let out a high-pitched beep, low battery. I turned around and walked back, not fast, but with purpose. I didn't look over my shoulder. Back in the office, I shut the door, locked it, and sat with the flashlight in my lap. The journal was still on the desk. I opened it to the last page. No writing. Just a sketch, a face, drawn with a shaking hand. It had no eyes, just empty sockets and a wide, unnatural smile. I closed the journal, and I sat there, waiting for morning. By the fifth night, I wasn't sleeping during the day anymore. Even when I got home and crawled into bed around 9 in the morning, it felt like my body stayed alert. My mind couldn't shut off. Every creak of the floorboards, every bird chirping outside the window, it all felt amplified. I lay there wide awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying everything I'd seen, every noise, every shift in the shadows. That sketch from the journal, the eyeless face, kept flashing into my mind like a memory I didn't want. It was crude, but the way it was drawn made it worse. Uneven lines, like the hand holding the pen was shaking or moving too fast, like whoever drew it didn't want to finish but couldn't stop. I almost didn't go back that night. I sat in my car outside the factory for nearly 30 minutes. The gravel lot was empty as always, the tall trees lining the property completely still, like they were watching. Eventually, I forced myself to get out and head inside. I told myself I'd do one walk through, check the cameras, log my shift, and then I'd leave early if anything felt off. I think I already knew I wouldn't make it to morning. The first couple of hours passed in silence. Too much silence. The cameras were on, but the feeds were slow, like they were buffering constantly. The static had returned. It would freeze for a second, then skip ahead by a few frames. Every time it did, I felt like I missed something important, like something had moved in that blink and I just didn't catch it. I walked the halls at the top of each hour, same as before, but this time I started bringing the journal with me. I didn't want to leave it alone in the office anymore. I don't know why. Maybe it felt like some kind of shield, or maybe I thought I could find something I missed, a clue, a way to understand what was happening to me. On the second walk, just past 2 in the morning, I noticed something different. There was a humming noise, very faint, barely audible. It wasn't coming from the walls or the vents. It felt like it was coming from beneath the floor, a low, vibrating hum, like an old machine running far underground. It wasn't there the night before, and it didn't match anything on the building schematics. I followed it, down the main corridor, past the old locker room, toward a part of the building I hadn't explored much. The air grew colder with every step, and the humming got louder, clearer. still low, but constant. It led me to a door I hadn't noticed before, tucked behind a shelf of rusted metal bins covered in peeling gray paint. The door had no handle, just a narrow keyhole. I crouched down and looked through it. Pitch black. But as I knelt there, the humming stopped. Dead silence. And then a single knock from the other side of the door. Just once. I stumbled back so fast I nearly dropped the flashlight. The journal slipped out of my hand and hit the floor, pages fluttering open. I stood there staring at the door, heart slamming in my chest, breath coming too fast. I waited for something else, another sound, another knock. But there was nothing. I picked up the journal and walked fast back to the office. I closed the door behind me, turned the lock, and sat at the desk with the journal open. It had fallen open to one of the pages near the middle. The entry was dated March 17th. The year was faded, but it had to be at least 20 years ago. Door at the end of corridor is humming again, louder than before. I know I didn't imagine the knock. I'm going to try to find the key next week. I have to know what's inside. There was a second note below it, in darker ink, maybe added later. If you hear the humming, do not answer. Do not knock back. That was all. I didn't sleep at all that night, not even a little. I stayed in that chair, flashlight on my lap, watching the camera feed like it might start talking to me. And at 3:37 in the morning, I saw something I still can't explain. One of the cameras, the one facing the loading dock, glitched. Just a second of static. Then, a figure, standing in front of the roll-up door. It wasn't there before. It didn't walk into frame. It just appeared. It was tall, thin, wearing what looked like a long coat or a coverall. The video quality was too poor to see details. No face, no eyes. It just stood there. Then it turned not slowly, but not fast either, and walked toward the side of the building. The camera froze again. When the feed came back, it was gone. I rewound the footage. The figure was gone from every frame, even the one where I saw it appear. It was like it had never been there. But I knew it had. I waited until morning light started seeping through the grimy office window before I left. I didn't shut anything down. I just grabbed the journal, flicked off the monitors, and walked out. When I stepped outside, I expected the relief to hit me, the usual breath of air, the lightness in my chest. But it didn't come. Because there, in the gravel, maybe 6 feet from my car door, was a new set of footprints. Bare, human, small, pointing toward the building. And right next to them, pressed into the thin layer of frost, were 3 fingers, long, and facing the wrong direction. I should have quit. I should have walked away that morning and never looked back, tossed the journal in the nearest dumpster, blocked the company number, and taken a job flipping burgers or stocking shelves. Anything but going back to that place. But I didn't. Instead, I spent the entire day sitting on the edge of my bed, flipping through the journal again and again, trying to make sense of it. I had sticky notes stuck to half the pages, my own handwriting scrawled in the margins. I was chasing something I couldn't name, not just an explanation, but something deeper, some kind of closure. Because part of me already knew the truth. I wasn't going to stop thinking about that place. Not until I understood what was happening. So I went back. It was around 11:45 when I pulled up to the factory, headlights washing over the crumbling brick and steel. The gravel crunched under my tires as I parked. No wind, no movement, just silence. I left the engine running for a moment, staring at the building through the windshield. My hands stayed on the wheel even after I turned off the key. I was stalling, hoping something would give me a reason to drive away. Nothing did. So I stepped out into the cold and walked to the door. The air felt heavier than usual, not colder exactly, but still wrong, like something was pressing against my skin. It was the same air I remembered from inside the maintenance corridor. That still, humming weight. Inside, everything looked the same. The office was dark. The monitors were on, cycling through each camera. Glitches here and there, but no blackouts yet. I sat down, pulled the journal out of my bag, and placed it on the desk next to the old company logbook. The chair creaked as I leaned back, trying to settle into the quiet. My hands wouldn't stop fidgeting. Around 1 in the morning, the humming came back. Just like before, low, distant, like a generator buried under the floor. I stood immediately, flashlight in one hand, journal in the other, and made my way to the back hallway. The sound was strongest near the locked door, the one without a handle, just that narrow keyhole. The same place I'd heard the knock. I stayed a few feet back, not wanting to get close again. The journal was open in my hand, turned to the page where the old watchman had warned, "Do not answer. Do not knock back." I felt stupid even being there, but I had to know. I crouched low and pressed my ear to the wall beside the door, not directly on the wood, just close enough to listen. The humming was steady, but there was something else underneath it. A voice. No words. Just soft muttering like someone talking to themselves from a few rooms away. It wasn't angry. It wasn't sad. It was just continuous, constant, a slow stream of meaningless noise. It made my skin crawl. I backed away and left. I didn't care if the cameras glitched or the power flickered. I wasn't going back near that door again. Back in the office, I locked the door, turned on every light, and placed the flashlight in front of me like a weapon. I opened the journal to the next page. The entry was dated 4 days after the one about the door. The man in the camera came again, only this time I saw him without it. In the hallway, right by the lockers. He turned to look at me, but I don't think he had eyes, just dark holes. I didn't move. He walked past me and vanished. I waited all night to see if he'd come back. He didn't. I read the sentence again and again. The man in the camera. I flipped to another entry. This one was dated a week later. Found new footprints near the entrance. They're getting smaller. Whoever's leaving them is shrinking, or there's more than one. I set the journal down. I don't know how long I sat there. long enough that the lights in the hallway started flickering again. Then came the footsteps. Not loud, just soft shuffles on concrete. I froze. They were outside the office, moving slowly past the door. I reached for the monitor remote and flicked through the cameras, hoping to catch a glimpse, but they were all frozen. Every single one. The last feed, the one labeled South Exit, showed the same image over and over again. A still frame of the hallway outside, nothing in it. Then, in the corner of the screen, movement. Something small. A shape crawling, not walking across the floor. No details, just limbs and shadow. I stood, flashlight in hand, heart racing. The shape crawled out of frame. And then I heard the knock. Not on the door behind the corridor, not on the windows, on the office door. Just one knock. Slow. Deliberate. I didn't move. Another knock, louder. The flashlight flickered in my hand. My breath felt stuck in my throat. A third knock. I stepped back, bumping into the desk. Then silence. I waited. 1 minute passed. Then 2. Then 5. Nothing. I stepped closer to the door, holding the flashlight like a club. I reached for the knob. Then stopped. At the bottom of the door, just under the thin space where light from the hallway spilled in, I saw something slide into view. 3 fingers. Long, bony, the same ones from the frost. They scraped against the tile, slow and steady. Then, as if pulled back by some invisible force, they vanished. I didn't open the door. I stayed in that room until sunrise, pacing, listening, shaking. The monitors came back online around 4, but they showed nothing, just empty rooms and still corridors. At 6:30, I walked out the front entrance, legs like jelly. My car was covered in a fine layer of frost, and etched into the windshield, not scratched, but traced through the frost, was a symbol. A circle with 3 lines running through it, like claw marks. I scraped it off with shaking hands, and when I drove home, the humming stayed in my ears. That morning, I didn't go home right away. I drove past my apartment, circled around the block 3 times, and ended up at a 24-hour diner on the edge of town. I wasn't hungry. I just couldn't go back to a quiet room. Not with that sound still in my ears. The humming hadn't stopped, not completely. It was faint, like a memory that refused to fade. Even as I sat in the booth with a cup of coffee going cold in front of me, I could feel it in the back of my skull, like pressure building in a place I couldn't reach. I thought about quitting, again. I stared at my phone for a long time, thumb hovering over the contact listed as night security supervisor. I didn't even know the man's name, just a voice. Flat, always disinterested. But I didn't make the call, because deep down, I already knew the truth. Whatever this was, it wasn't just tied to that building anymore. It had followed me. Or maybe it had always been inside the building, waiting for someone like me to notice. I pulled the journal out of my backpack. It had become a kind of lifeline, a warning manual if nothing else. I opened it to the back and flipped through the final pages. The last few entries were written faster. The handwriting was messier, letters overlapping in places. It's inside now, not just in the hallways, but in the vents. I can hear it crawling. I tape the doors shut, but it keeps getting closer. The cameras showed me sleeping last night, but I wasn't asleep. I was awake the whole time, which means there's someone else in here, wearing my face. That one chilled me, but it was the very last entry that stopped me cold. The door in the corridor finally opened. I didn't touch it. It opened on its own. I saw something move inside. I think it's showing me what comes next. I sat back in the booth, the journal open on the table. My hand was shaking, though the room wasn't cold. If the journal could be trusted, and at this point, I believed it more than I believed my own eyes, then that door had opened before, maybe more than once, and whatever was behind it was not just a machine. It was something alive, something watching. I didn't know what scared me more, the idea that someone else had experienced the same thing, or that they might still be in there somewhere. At 10:30 that night, I pulled into the factory lot again. It felt like I was walking into the belly of something that had already swallowed me whole. I left the car running just for a minute, like I was giving myself an out, but the headlights looked weak against the darkness of the building, like they didn't want to see what was waiting. I shut off the engine and stepped out. The air was still. The only sound was the crunch of gravel under my boots. Inside, the building was colder than usual. I could see my breath as soon as I stepped into the hallway. The lights in the office were already on. I always left them that way now. I wasn't interested in walking through the dark. The monitors flickered as I approached. I sat down in the chair and watched them cycle through the usual angles. Loading dock, front entrance, back hallway, maintenance corridor. Then something caught my eye. On the south corridor, feed the one outside the handleless door, the image froze. Just for a second. And then it cut to black. All the other cameras continued cycling. Only that one went out. I leaned forward and rewound the footage, manually scrubbing back a few seconds before the freeze. There. Just before it cut out, the door was open. Not wide, just a few inches, but definitely open. I grabbed the flashlight and the journal, heart hammering. My legs felt heavy as I walked toward the corridor. With every step, the air grew colder. The humming returned louder than ever, like it was coming from inside my own chest. By the time I reached the corridor, I could already see it. The door was open, a few inches wider than in the footage. I stopped about 10 feet away. The journal was tight in my grip, knuckles white. I crouched low, aimed the flashlight into the gap, and saw nothing. Just darkness. And something else. A shape. Not moving, not reacting. Just standing in the far corner of the room, barely illuminated. It was facing the wall. Its arms were too long, its neck tilted at an unnatural angle. like it had no bones. It didn't turn toward me, didn't move at all. I should have run. I should have slammed the door and never come back. But instead, I spoke. "Who are you?" The shape didn't react, but the humming stopped, and I heard something else. My own voice from inside the room. It repeated my question almost exactly, but there was something off about it. The cadence was wrong, the tone too flat. "Who are you?" it said again, softer now. Then silence. And then the door began to close. Slow, steady. I stepped back. Once it shut, I ran. Not out of the building, not yet. I ran back to the office, locked the door, and checked the monitors. The South Corridor camera was back online. The door was closed. The hallway was empty. But for the first time since I started working there, the motion sensor light above that door had switched on. I watched the feed for nearly an hour, waiting for something else to move. Nothing did. I didn't open the journal again that night. I just sat in the office with the flashlight on, waiting for the sun. I never went back to the factory after that 6th night. There wasn't a moment where I made some dramatic decision, no final confrontation, no voice from the dark telling me to run. It wasn't like that. The decision came quietly, the way exhaustion does. You stop fighting sleep because it just takes over. That last morning, as the light crept into the office, I sat there watching the sun rise through the narrow window. My eyes were dry, my muscles stiff. I hadn't moved in hours. I kept expecting something to happen, the door to creak open, the cameras to show that long-limbed figure again, the journal to turn a page on its own. But nothing happened. The factory was quiet. Almost too quiet. At 6:45, I stood up. My legs were slow to respond. I tucked the journal into my bag, powered down the monitor system like I was still following protocol, and walked out the front door. It was colder than usual. There were no birds that morning, no wind through the trees, just silence and frost under my boots. I drove straight home and slept for nearly 14 hours. When I woke up, the humming was gone. That was the first sign that something had shifted. The second sign came 3 days later, when I finally picked up a call from the security company. It was the same voice I always heard, flat, matter of fact. The man asked if I'd be returning to finish the contract. I said no. He didn't argue. He didn't ask why. He just said, understood, and hung up. I didn't ask what happened to the next guy. I didn't want to know. In the weeks that followed, I started putting my life back together, slowly. I moved apartments, nothing dramatic, just a different building on the other side of town, somewhere with more people, more lights, more sound. I sold my car and got a used one that didn't smell like cold metal and fear. I threw the flashlight into a dumpster and never bought another one. The journal stayed with me for a while. I kept it hidden in a locked drawer, but I couldn't bring myself to throw it out. It felt wrong, like I was ignoring something important. Sometimes, when I couldn't sleep, I'd take it out and flip through the pages again, not looking for anything, just remembering, recentering myself, proof that it had happened, that I wasn't imagining it. Then one night, I opened the drawer and it was gone. I searched the whole apartment, every drawer, every bag, every shelf. I even checked the car. Nothing. It was just gone. I didn't panic. In some strange way, it felt right, like whatever tied me to that place had finally let go, like it had taken the last piece it needed and moved on. I never saw the long-limbed figure again, never heard the humming, but I still remember it, every detail, every frozen frame of the cameras, every knock, every whispered mimic of my voice. And I carry that memory differently now. Not like a weight, more like a scar, something that healed over, but still itches when the night gets too quiet. I took a new job about 2 months later, daytime only, inventory work. A warehouse on the edge of the city with bad coffee and worse lighting, but real people. I see them. I talk to them. I shake their hands and look into their eyes, and I know they're human. That helps. One afternoon, I was taking inventory near the back loading dock when I saw a stack of old filing cabinets, same model as the ones in the factory. That dull beige metal, rust around the handles. I stood there a long time, just looking at them. Eventually, I opened one. Inside was nothing but dust. No journals, no sketches, no warnings scrawled in the margins. And somehow, that was enough. That night, I dreamed of the factory for the first time in weeks. But in the dream, it was empty. No whispers, no shadows in the hallways, no humming behind the door. Just a hollow shell of rusted beams and broken lights. And I was walking away from it step by step until the building vanished behind me into the trees. That's how I know it's over. Not because I found the answer, not because the fear went away, but because I can let it exist without chasing it anymore. It happened. It was real. And now it's done. I don't need the journal. I don't need the camera feeds or the footprints in the frost. I only need the quiet. Not silence, not the kind that creeps into your chest like it did in those halls, but real quiet. The kind that lives inside people who've made it through something dark and still came out with enough light to see the path ahead. The kind I wake up to now. And that, for me, is enough. It started a few weeks ago, just after I moved into the apartment. It was small, cozy, nothing special, but it had a view of the street outside, which I liked. The apartment building was older, with peeling paint and creaky floorboards, but I didn't mind. It was mine. I was finally on my own, away from everything that had been weighing me down. The freedom felt good, even if the place wasn't perfect. The first night it happened, I didn't think much of it. I had been sitting by the window, scrolling through my phone, when I noticed a figure standing across the street. At first I thought it was just someone walking by, but after a few minutes, the person didn't move. They were standing there, just staring up at my window. It was a man, maybe in his 40s, wearing a dark coat and a hat. I couldn't see his face clearly, but something about the way he stood there made me uneasy. I dismissed it as nothing. Maybe he was just waiting for someone or lost in thought. I didn't give it another second of attention, but then, a few days later, I saw him again. Same time, same spot, just standing there, watching my window. It was odd, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I didn't want to be that person, the one who made a big deal out of nothing. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But after a week of seeing him almost every night at the exact same time, I couldn't ignore it anymore. He was still there, standing across the street, staring up at my window. I started to feel the creep of unease crawling through me. Why was he always there? And why was he staring at me like that? One night, I decided to call the police. My hands were shaking as I dialed, and I felt ridiculous, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I explained what had been happening, the man standing across the street, always at the same time. They assured me they would send someone to check it out. I waited anxiously by the window, watching for any sign of the man. A few minutes passed, then 10, and then I saw the flashing lights of a squad car down the street. I felt a strange relief wash over me. But then, as the officers walked up to the area where the man had been standing, I watched in horror as he disappeared. There was no sign of him, not a trace. The officers walked up and down the sidewalk, asking a few people in the area if they'd seen anything unusual. They checked the area for any sign of the man. They even reviewed the security footage from the street cameras, but there was nothing. No one had been standing there. The footage was clear. There was no trace of the man, not even a shadow. It was like he had vanished. They left after a few minutes, telling me that there was nothing they could do. I wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or unsettled. Maybe I had been imagining things. Maybe I was just overreacting, letting my mind play tricks on me. But it kept happening. Every night, at the same time, I would look out my window, and he would be there, just standing across the street, staring. I kept telling myself it was a coincidence, but the more it happened, the more unnerving it became. I stopped calling the police. After all, what could they do? There was no evidence, no way to prove that this person was actually doing anything wrong. And every time I looked out the window, he was always gone before I had a chance to get a good look at him. A few more days passed, and I tried to ignore the feeling that something was wrong. I distracted myself with work and phone calls with friends, trying not to let my imagination run wild. But one night, as I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone, I glanced out the window, and there were two figures. It wasn't just the man anymore. There was another person with him, a woman. They were standing side by side, looking up at my window, and I felt my stomach drop. The sight of two people, just standing there, silently staring, sent a wave of dread through me. I wanted to move, to run, to do anything, but I couldn't. I just watched them from behind the curtains, frozen. For a long moment, nothing changed. They just stood there, perfectly still, like statues. And then something else happened that made my heart race. I moved to the other side of the apartment, to the window in the kitchen, hoping to get a different angle, to see if maybe I had imagined it. But when I looked out, there they were again. The man and the woman, still across the street, still staring up at my window. They had moved. They had followed me. I felt my breath catch in my throat. I rushed back to the living room window, but by the time I got there, they were gone. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the lights off, kept the curtains drawn tight, and I sat there in the dark, listening to the quiet hum of the city outside. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I couldn't stop thinking about the way they had followed me, moving when I moved. It didn't make sense. If they were just random people, why would they do that? Why would they stand there, watching me, waiting for me to notice? The next night, I stayed awake, watching. I kept checking the window every few minutes, terrified that they would be back, that I would see them standing there again. But for hours, nothing happened. No one was across the street. I thought maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was a fluke. Maybe they weren't even real people. But then, just before I was about to fall asleep, I heard it. A soft, rhythmic tapping on the window. I bolted upright, my heart racing, and looked at the window, but I didn't see anything. No one was out there. The street was empty. Yet I could still hear the tapping. Light. Deliberate. Like someone was trying to get my attention. I was trembling now. My mind raced with 1,000 possibilities. Was it them? But how could I explain it? What was happening to me? My body froze, but the tapping continued. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to stop it. I was alone in my apartment, and no one seemed to believe me. The police had already dismissed it, and I didn't know who else I could turn to. I moved to the window cautiously, my hand shaking, and I looked out. Nothing. But I knew now whoever had been out there, watching, was still there waiting. And I was trapped. I couldn't escape the feeling that someone or something was always just outside my window watching me, waiting for me to make my next move. The tapping continued the next night. I couldn't escape the sound. It started as the faintest scrape, something almost imperceptible, but by the time I realized it, it was unmistakable. The rhythmic tapping against the window, like someone was knocking at the glass, but not in a normal way. It was too soft, too deliberate, like a message or a warning. It came every few minutes, soft enough to make me question whether I'd heard it at all. But then it grew louder, more insistent. Tap, tap, tap. I sat in the living room, my body frozen, my mind on high alert. The apartment was silent except for the sound of my breathing and the tapping. The house felt like it was closing in on me, and the walls, which had once felt like a safe space, now felt like a cage. The clock on the wall ticked away each second, but each one felt like an eternity. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing. It had to be. A branch from a tree outside, maybe, or something else harmless. But deep down, I knew better. I knew what had happened the last few nights, the man and woman, watching from across the street, moving when I moved, the way they followed me from one window to the other. That wasn't a coincidence. I couldn't stop my mind from racing. Who were they? What did they want? Why were they fixated on me? Were they just strange people, or was something more sinister going on? I rose from the couch, my legs shaky, and moved slowly toward the window. I didn't want to look, but I had to. The curiosity had become unbearable. I stepped forward and pulled back the curtain just a fraction. My breath caught in my throat. There was nothing. The street was empty, the pavement lit faintly by the streetlights, casting long shadows. No figures standing across the street, no one staring up at my window. For a moment, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Maybe I was just imagining things. Maybe they weren't even real people. Maybe it was all in my head. But then I heard it again, the tapping. This time it was louder, more insistent. I whipped around, my eyes scanning the apartment for the source of the sound, but there was nothing. I rushed to the other window, the one in the kitchen, and glanced outside. Still nothing. I couldn't see anyone. The street remained eerily empty, and yet the sound persisted, echoing in my mind, growing louder with each passing second. I ran back to the living room, my heart hammering, and looked out the window again. There they were. The man and woman stood across the street, just as I had seen them before. They were positioned exactly where they always stood on the sidewalk, staring up at my window. I felt my stomach drop as I stepped back from the window, my hands trembling. They hadn't moved. They were just standing there, silent, still, like they were waiting for something. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the police again? What could they do? They never found anything the last time. What if they didn't even believe me anymore? I couldn't tear my eyes away from them. They were staring up at my window with an intensity that made my blood run cold. I felt exposed, like they could see everything, like they could see right through the walls and into my thoughts. I wanted to run, to get out of the apartment, but I couldn't. I was trapped, locked inside, and they knew it. I moved away from the window, my legs unsteady as I stumbled toward the back of the apartment, trying to put as much distance between me and the people outside as I could. But it didn't help. I knew that they could still see me, that they were still watching me. They hadn't moved. I grabbed my phone and called the police again, my fingers shaking as I dialed the number. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to say, how to explain what had been happening. But every time the phone rang, I could hear my breath, ragged and frantic, and I couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out. I needed help, but I didn't even know what I needed help with. I didn't know how to explain what was going on. It didn't make sense. When the dispatcher finally picked up, I barely knew what to say. There's someone, 2 people standing across the street from my apartment. They've been watching me every night. It's like they're just standing there, staring at my window, and I don't know why. I'm scared." The dispatcher asked a few questions, some of them helpful, but most of them only made me feel more insane. I was describing something that sounded completely unbelievable. What could they do? What could anyone do? The dispatcher told me they would send a patrol car, but I knew what would happen. I'd look out the window, and by the time they arrived, the street would be empty, and that's exactly what happened. By the time the police showed up, the figures were gone. There was no trace of them. The street was empty, the sidewalk quiet, just like every other time. The officer took my statement, asked me a few questions, but he wasn't convinced. I didn't blame him. There was no proof, no evidence, just my word against nothing. The last time they checked the cameras, there was no footage. No one had seen anything. He told me they'd patrol the area a little more, but I knew that wasn't going to help. It hadn't before. It wasn't about whether or not the police were patrolling. It was about them being here, watching me. When the officer left, I felt more isolated than ever. I couldn't explain what was happening, and I couldn't make anyone believe me. I was living in my own nightmare, and no one could help me escape it. That night, I decided I would stay awake, keep watch, and make sure I saw the man and the woman again. I had to confront this. I had to know why they were doing this. So, I sat in the living room, the lights off, just watching, waiting. I couldn't look away. I couldn't give them the satisfaction of knowing they had power over me. Hours passed. Nothing. The street outside was quiet. My eyes burned from lack of sleep, and the tension in my shoulders was unbearable. But I refused to let myself fall asleep. I wouldn't be a victim anymore. And then, just before dawn, it happened. The tapping, soft at first, like a whisper on the glass, then growing louder. It was coming from the living room window, but this time it wasn't just the man and woman across the street. This time they were right outside the window, just inches away from the glass, standing there, staring silently. The tapping was coming from their hands pressing against the window. The chill in the air felt like it had seeped inside my skin. I couldn't move. The figures didn't blink. They didn't speak. They just stood there, their faces pressed to the glass, eyes unblinking, staring into my soul. I felt the weight of their gaze, crushing me. I was trapped, and they knew it. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. The words finally came, but they weren't mine. Leave. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the window. My heart thudded painfully in my chest, each beat feeling like it could be my last. The figures outside the man and the woman were so close now. They weren't just standing across the street anymore. No, they were pressed up against the glass, their faces mere inches away. The light from the street lamp outside cast harsh shadows across their features, but their eyes were unblinking, cold, empty. There was no expression, no sign of emotion. Just a hollow stare, locked onto me. I froze, rooted to the spot. It felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. My limbs were stiff, my body unwilling to respond to the terror creeping up my spine. My breath was shallow, each exhale too loud in the stillness of the room. The tapping continued. Their hands were pressing softly against the window, moving in a slow, rhythmic pattern. I couldn't stop watching. I had to force myself to blink, to tear my eyes away for just a second, but every time I looked back, they were still there. I didn't understand. I couldn't make sense of it. Who were they? What did they want? Why were they doing this? I didn't have answers. I had no choice but to act. I couldn't sit here any longer, locked in this terrifying silence, this suffocating moment where I felt as if I was being slowly crushed under the weight of their stare. I had to do something. I had to fight back, even if I didn't know how. With trembling hands, I grabbed my phone from the table, my fingers shaking as I unlocked it. I went straight to the contact list. I could call the police again, but would it matter? Would they be gone by the time anyone arrived? Could they even do anything if there was no concrete evidence of anything strange? I didn't know. But I couldn't stay here. I couldn't keep letting them watch me. I hit the speed dial button for the police, holding the phone to my ear as it rang, the shrill sound echoing in my mind, the anxiety building with each passing second. But the ringing stopped abruptly. "Hello?" A woman's voice answered, calm and professional, though there was a hint of concern in it. This is me again," I said, my voice trembling. "The same thing, someone's outside my window. They're right there. The man and the woman. They've been staring at me for hours now. They won't leave. I don't know what to do. I can't take it anymore." I could hear the woman on the other end of the line trying to stay calm, asking me for my address again, confirming that I was okay. I told her I wasn't. I told her that they were standing there, staring, watching. They had come closer, right up to the window this time, and they wouldn't leave. I thought maybe she was taking me seriously, but then I heard the sound of her typing. She was probably entering my address into the system, doing her job, but it felt like she wasn't actually hearing me. I knew what would happen next. I knew they would arrive, and by the time they got there, the figures would be gone. Just like before, they always disappeared before the police arrived. It was like they were toying with me. "Ma'am, I need you to stay calm," the dispatcher said. "We have officers in the area, and we'll send someone to your location. But if you can't provide any description or concrete evidence, there's nothing we can really do. Are you sure these people are standing there? Have you checked the window? We'll need you to open the door for the officers when they arrive." I felt my pulse spike in frustration. I know they're there. I've seen them every night for the past week, and now they're right outside my window. You have to send someone. Please. I can't be the only one who's seen them. I felt myself growing desperate, the need to be believed burning like a fever inside of me. The woman didn't respond at first. I heard her typing again, her tone becoming more distant. "We'll send someone as soon as possible, but I need you to stay away from the window. Is there anyone else in the apartment with you?" Any friends, family nearby? No, I said, my voice cracking. It's just me. There was a long pause, and then she sighed. Stay inside, ma'am. I'll call back once officers are on their way. I hung up without saying another word, too angry to speak. They were never going to take me seriously. They didn't understand what was happening. How could they? How could anyone? I moved toward the window again, my body moving on autopilot, like I wasn't in control. The figures were still there. The man and the woman stood like statues, their faces pressed against the glass. Their eyes were wide open, unwavering, never blinking. I took a step back, my mind whirling, as if everything in the room had slowed down. And then it happened. The woman at the window turned. It was barely noticeable at first, just the slightest tilt of her head. But then, slowly, she turned completely, her eyes still locked onto mine, and I felt my heart drop into my stomach. She wasn't just standing there anymore. She was aware of me. She was following my every move. And in that moment, I knew they knew I was watching them too. The man shifted, and now they were both looking straight at me. I stumbled back, my breath coming in gasps. The air felt too thin, and for a moment I thought I was going to pass out. The world around me felt distorted, out of focus. It was like I was stuck in some kind of nightmare. I tried to move, to get away, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. I couldn't look away. It was like I was caught in their gaze, trapped in whatever sick game they were playing. And then a new sound broke through my dazed thoughts. A tap. It was soft at first, barely audible, but then it came again. The tapping was so distinct, so deliberate. It was coming from the glass, from the window where they were standing. I could hear the faint sound of their fingers. No, their nails scraping against the window. Tap, tap, tap. The chill that spread across my skin felt like it was coming from the inside, like my very bones were frozen solid. I grabbed my phone again, my hands trembling, but I couldn't focus enough to call anyone. The tapping was louder now. They were closer, too close. And then, without warning, the window pane cracked. The sound echoed through the apartment sharp, sudden, and so loud that it made me jump, startled. The crack ran along the glass, splitting it down the middle. For a moment, I couldn't process it. I just stared at the jagged line running across the window. The tapping stopped. They were still standing there, watching. But now the glass between us wasn't whole anymore. I had to leave. I spun on my heel and ran toward the door. My mind was already racing through every possible escape plan, but the door, like everything else, felt like it was closing in on me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I had to get out. But as I reached for the door, I heard something else. The softest whisper, so faint it almost sounded like a breeze, but the words were clear. "We're coming in." And then the door clicked. The door clicked. I froze. My hand, still gripping the doorknob, went numb as the unmistakable sound of the lock turning echoed through the apartment. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly pulled my hand away, stepping back from the door as if that would somehow stop what was happening. I hadn't touched the lock. No one had come in through the front entrance. The sound was unmistakably slow, deliberate turning of the deadbolt. The house felt suffocating now, the walls closing in as if the very air in the apartment was conspiring to keep me trapped. I stood there for a few seconds, paralyzed, my eyes flicking toward the front window again, expecting to see them, the man and the woman still standing across the street, staring up at me. But they weren't there. They were gone. They were always gone whenever the police showed up or when I tried to leave the apartment. They disappeared only to reappear again. I didn't know how much longer I could take this. But the sound of the lock turning again brought me back to reality. The door was opening, or at least attempting to. I grabbed the nearest object, a lamp from the side table, and held it in front of me as if it could somehow protect me. My pulse hammered in my ears, and the adrenaline coursed through my veins, making my legs feel weak and shaky. I didn't know what I was supposed to do next. I wasn't sure if I even had the energy left to do anything. I was beyond fear. Now I was exhausted, mentally and physically drained, and the idea of fighting back seemed impossible. The door creaked open just a few inches, and I could hear someone on the other side. My thoughts whirled in a panic. I couldn't think straight. Should I yell? Should I run? I wasn't sure what I would do, or if there was anything I could do. I had already tried everything I could think of, but nothing had worked. They had always stayed one step ahead. The door creaked open a bit further. Then there was silence. Pure, suffocating silence. I had to act. With my heart racing, I mustered the courage to step closer to the door. I lifted the lamp higher in my hands, ready to swing it if I needed to. My breath came in shallow gasps, and I reached for the door handle. As soon as my fingers brushed the metal, a voice cut through the silence. The voice was a whisper, low and muffled, but it was clear. "We're here." I jerked back, my pulse shooting through the roof. My hands trembled as I lifted the lamp higher, holding it like a weapon, even though I didn't know what I could do to stop whatever was happening. The whisper was coming from the other side of the door, and in that moment, I realized with terrifying clarity, they were inside. I spun around, looking for something to barricade the door with, anything I could find to keep it shut, but there was nothing. There was nothing I could do. The walls felt like they were closing in on me, the apartment feeling more and more like a trap with every second that passed. I heard the door creak again, and this time it opened fully, revealing nothing but the empty hallway. There was no one standing there. There was no sign of the man or the woman. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the apartment lights behind me, but I could feel that something was there. My mind was racing now, trying to make sense of it all. Were they still outside? Had they managed to get in somehow? No, they couldn't have. The door was locked. There was no way they could have gotten in without me noticing. And yet, the longer I stood there, the more I realized that I wasn't just dealing with ordinary people. I wasn't just dealing with a stalker or an intruder. This was something else. I moved toward the door cautiously, my every instinct telling me to run to escape, but I couldn't. Not yet. I had to know what was going on. I had to see if I could find some kind of clue to explain what had been happening these past few days. As I stepped into the hallway, I felt the familiar sensation wash over me. I was being watched. I turned quickly, looking down the hallway behind me, but it was empty. No one was there. But the feeling didn't go away. It was like I could sense their presence, their eyes following me, even though I couldn't see them. I backed away from the hallway, my back against the wall as I tried to steady my breathing. I couldn't trust my own senses anymore. The shadows in the hallway seemed to shift, as if the very walls were alive and reacting to my movements. The temperature in the apartment dropped, and I could feel the chill seep into my skin. My teeth began to chatter from the cold, but it wasn't just from the temperature, it was fear. Then I heard the footsteps. They were soft at first, barely audible, but then they grew louder, steady, deliberate. Footsteps moving toward me from the hallway, the same footsteps I had heard before. The same sound that had haunted me every night. I had to get out. I had to leave this apartment. But as I turned to go back to the door, I heard another sound, this time from behind me. A voice. "You can't leave." I whipped around, my pulse racing, but there was no one there. Just the empty hallway. But the voice, it was real. It was as if someone had whispered directly into my ear. I could feel their breath against my skin, cold and wet, and I shivered involuntarily. "You're not going anywhere." The voice came again, clearer this time, and it sent a wave of dread through my body. The words felt like a command, like some unspoken rule. And the worst part was I believed it. I backed up slowly, my eyes darting around the room, looking for any sign of movement, any clue that would explain what was happening. But there was nothing. The apartment was still, silent. But the presence in the air, that suffocating, heavy presence, it didn't go away. I could feel it now, behind me, the sound of footsteps growing louder, coming closer. I turned again, and this time I saw them. The man and the woman. They stood at the end of the hallway, staring at me with those same lifeless eyes. "You shouldn't have opened the door," the woman said, her voice cold and emotionless, as if she were stating an obvious fact. I didn't know how much longer I could stay here, how much longer I could keep pretending that this was just some nightmare that I could wake up from. But deep down, I knew. I wasn't dreaming. And whatever was inside this apartment, whatever was in the shadows, wasn't letting me go. They were getting closer, step by deliberate step. My heart thudded painfully in my chest as I stood there, staring at the figures in the hallway, the man and the woman. They hadn't moved since I first saw them, but I could feel the space between us shrinking with every second. The cold that had settled in the room seemed to grow colder, thicker, suffocating the air around me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. The room felt smaller now, the walls pressing in, and I knew it wasn't just from fear. Something else was at play here. Something dark, something alive, was standing in front of me. My feet were frozen to the floor, my legs trembling with the weight of a terror I couldn't escape. The woman's eyes didn't blink, her gaze unbroken, never moving from me. The man stood motionless beside her, his face hidden in shadow, but his presence was no less suffocating. I couldn't see their faces clearly, but I didn't need to. The absence of emotion, the stillness, was enough to send a shiver through my entire body. "You shouldn't have opened the door," the woman repeated, her voice low and cold, almost a whisper. I opened my mouth to say something, anything, but no words came out. My throat was dry, tight, constricting with fear. My legs ached from standing in place, but every fiber of my being screamed at me to stay still. If I moved, I wasn't sure what would happen. The man didn't speak. He didn't need to. His silence was more threatening than any words could be. The way he stood there, still, watching me with that cold, unblinking stare, was enough to make me feel completely powerless. I wanted to scream, I wanted to run, but I knew that wouldn't help. I had tried before, and each time I did, they were always one step ahead, always there, waiting. I had no control. I was trapped in this apartment, in this nightmare, with no way out. The tapping, the knocking on the window, the footsteps on the street outside, it had all led to this moment. They had been preparing me, drawing me in, until I was too far gone to escape. I had opened the door. I had let them in. I couldn't breathe. The air was thick with dread, with something dark, something ancient. My hands were shaking as I reached for the wall behind me, trying to steady myself, but the warmth that had once been there, my sense of safety, had long since vanished. I took a hesitant step back. The man's head tilted slightly, just enough to signal that he had noticed. My pulse quickened as I realized that any movement I made, any decision, would be watched, calculated. "You can't run," the man said, his voice a deep rasp, like he was speaking through some unseen barrier. I didn't know how to respond. I wasn't sure if words would make it better or worse. I was out of options, but I couldn't just stand there. I couldn't let them control me, even if they already had. I shifted my weight, my feet still unsteady beneath me, and I took another step back. The man and the woman didn't move, but their presence seemed to fill the entire space, pushing me further into the corner. The walls, the ceiling, the very air felt oppressive, like it was all closing in on me. "Leave," the woman whispered again, her voice like a breath of cold air. I couldn't make sense of what was happening. I didn't know who they were, what they wanted, or how they had gotten in. The door had been locked. There was no sign of forced entry. And yet, here they were, standing in front of me, like they had always been here. I glanced at the window, hoping for a sign of something normal, something that could prove this was just some terrible, twisted dream. But when I looked back at the street, I saw nothing. The lights outside seemed dimmer now, the shadows stretching further, swallowing everything in sight. I looked back at the figures. The man's eyes were locked onto mine, the woman's gaze as cold as ever. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. Their presence was enough. They had already won. I was suffocating. I needed to get out, but the door was still locked. The windows were shut tight. There was nowhere to go. "You can't leave." The man's voice was louder now, almost a command, but still cold, emotionless. I felt like I was choking. My breath was shallow, my head dizzy from the overwhelming sense of dread, of hopelessness. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't stand here, trapped by these two silent figures, these things that weren't even human. I had to do something. With everything in me, I took a deep breath and forced myself to turn, my hand shaking as I reached for the door again. I had to get out. There was no other option. If I didn't leave now, I was never going to get out. I couldn't stay here, not with them watching me, controlling me. But before I could even reach for the handle, I heard the door slam shut. I spun around, my heart in my throat, but the figures hadn't moved. They were still standing there, watching me, waiting. I tried the door again, but it was locked. The deadbolt wouldn't budge. The handle wouldn't turn. The fear surged through me again. I was trapped. There was no way out. "You'll never leave," the woman whispered. I backed away, my mind reeling, my thoughts a jumble of confusion and terror. I wasn't sure if this was real. I wasn't sure what any of this was. All I knew was that I had been in control at one point. I had made the choice to call the police, to try to escape, but none of that mattered. I had let them in. I had let the nightmare into my life, and now there was no escape. The air in the room thickened again, like it had been charged with an unseen energy, a presence I couldn't fight against. The room seemed smaller, the walls inching closer, the darkness surrounding me tighter. I looked at the man and the woman one last time. They didn't blink, they didn't speak, they didn't need to. I had opened the door, I had invited them in, and now they were never leaving. I couldn't take it anymore. The walls of the apartment were closing in around me, pressing in like a vice, and I felt myself being crushed by the weight of the silence. The man and the woman were still there, standing at the far end of the hallway, their eyes locked on mine, unblinking. Every second felt like an eternity, and the tension was suffocating. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, the sound of it so loud I could barely think. I had been so certain I was in control, that I could outsmart whatever was haunting me. I had called the police. I had locked every door and window, but none of that had mattered. I had opened the door for them, and now I couldn't close it. I wanted to scream. I wanted to fight back, to break free from this nightmare, but I didn't know how. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Couldn't think of anything except the chilling presence of the man and the woman in front of me. They weren't even real people. They didn't act like people. They were something else, something dark. The woman's voice broke the silence again, the words a low, unsettling whisper. "You can't escape. You're ours now." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and a surge of panic washed over me. "What do you want from me?" I croaked, my throat dry and tight. The man didn't answer. He just stepped forward, his feet moving silently across the floor. My legs felt weak, my body stiff with fear, but I couldn't make myself move. I could feel the coldness in the air around them, like they were absorbing every bit of warmth from the room. I was frozen in place, unable to do anything but watch as they approached. I didn't know how to fight back. I didn't know how to survive this. But then something inside me snapped. I had come this far. I couldn't just let them win. I couldn't let them take me. The door behind me was still locked. I had tried it already, tried to escape through it, but it wouldn't budge. But the window was still open. I had barely thought about it before, but now, in this moment of desperation, it seemed like the only way out. I had to get out. I had to try. I turned, my legs trembling, and rushed toward the window. My breath came in quick, ragged gasps, and I could hear them following me. The sound of their footsteps was too close, too close. The apartment felt smaller with every step I took, the walls closing in, suffocating me. But I didn't stop. I had to make it to the window. When I reached it, I threw it open, the cold air from outside rushing in, filling my lungs with relief. I climbed onto the windowsill, my hands shaking as I gripped the frame. I didn't even care that I was on the second floor, that I had no idea what would happen when I jumped. I just needed to be free. I needed to get away from them. I heard a soft, breathless chuckle from behind me, and I whipped around, my heart stopping in my chest. The man and the woman were standing in the doorway now, their faces cold and expressionless, their eyes still locked on mine. I couldn't escape. I couldn't outrun them. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes for a moment, steadying myself. I had come this far. I wasn't going to stop now. With a final glance at the figures in the doorway, I jumped. For a moment, there was nothing but the air around me, the rush of wind in my ears, and the terrifying drop beneath me. But then my feet hit the ground with a jarring thud, sending pain shooting up my legs. I stumbled but caught myself, my knees buckling under the impact. My heart was still racing, my breath coming in shallow gasps, but I was on the ground. I was free. I looked up at the apartment window, expecting to see them watching me from inside, but there was nothing. The window was empty. The street was empty. For the first time in days, I felt a sliver of relief. I didn't stop running. My legs were sore from the jump, but I didn't care. I kept running down the street, around corners, past the darkened buildings, as far away from that apartment as I could get. My mind was a blur of panic and exhaustion, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. I didn't know where I was going, but I kept moving. My breath came in ragged bursts, my legs aching, but I didn't slow down. I didn't look back. By the time I stopped, I had no idea where I was. I was in a park, surrounded by trees, the lights of the city barely visible in the distance. My body was exhausted, but I didn't feel safe yet. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched, that something was lurking in the darkness, waiting to drag me back to that apartment, to that nightmare. I sat down on a bench, my body trembling, trying to catch my breath, my hands still shaking. I tried to tell myself it was over, that I had made it out, but a part of me couldn't let go of the fear. It clung to me like a shadow, wrapping itself around my thoughts. That's when I heard the voice again. It was faint, distant, like it was coming from far away, but it was unmistakable, a whisper, cutting through the air like a knife. You can't escape. I froze, my blood running cold. My eyes darted around the park, but there was no one there. The trees stood still in the night, the air quiet except for the distant hum of traffic. But the voice was there, echoing in my mind, too clear to ignore. I tried to shake it off. It's in your head, I told myself. It's over. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't safe, that no matter how far I ran, no matter how much I tried to escape, I would never truly be free. I didn't know where they were or what they wanted, but I knew one thing for sure. They were still out there, and they would find me again. Just as I thought I had escaped, I heard it again, the whisper. And this time, it was closer. We're coming for you. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath quickening as I stood up, my legs unsteady beneath me. I wanted to run, but I didn't know where to go anymore. No matter how far I ran, how fast I moved, I would never escape them. I wasn't safe. I never would be. And as the darkness crept in around me, I understood. This wasn't over. It had just begun. I remember feeling lucky when I found the place. It wasn't huge, nothing fancy, just a simple two-bedroom house on a quiet street with neatly trimmed lawns. It looked normal, like something out of a catalog. That's exactly why I chose it. It felt safe, predictable, and a little boring. After living in the city for nearly 10 years, boring was exactly what I needed. The day I moved in, I unloaded boxes from my rented truck, waving politely at the neighbors as they peered curiously through their windows. A few came out to introduce themselves. First was Linda from across the street, a middle-aged woman with an overly eager smile. She brought cookies wrapped in cellophane. Behind her stood John and Carol, an older couple who greeted me warmly but stared a little too intently, asking questions that felt overly personal for a first meeting. "How long do you plan on staying?" Carol asked casually, glancing past me into the house. "Not sure yet," I replied. "Depends how the job goes." "Well," John chimed in, his eyes fixed on mine, "you'll find we're very welcoming here. Everyone watches out for each other. The phrase seemed harmless at the time, just neighborly kindness, so I thanked them politely and went back to unpacking. The first 2 weeks went smoothly enough. I spent most evenings arranging furniture, putting books on shelves, and occasionally watching the quiet street from my living room window. Everything was peaceful, exactly as I'd hoped. Yet even in those early days, there was something odd about my neighbors' constant presence. They were always outside, watering their lawns, sweeping porches, or just standing in their driveways. Whenever I looked out, someone always seemed to be looking back at me. One night, about 3 weeks after moving in, I returned from work late, exhausted and ready for bed. I noticed immediately that my front door wasn't closed completely. It sat slightly open, the latch catching but not fully engaged. My stomach tightened. I was sure I'd locked it when I left. I hesitated before pushing it open slowly. Inside, everything looked untouched. The television, laptop, and other valuables remained exactly where I'd left them. Still, something felt off. I checked each room carefully, but nothing had moved. Eventually, I convinced myself I must have simply forgotten to shut the door properly. The next morning, Linda came over with coffee and muffins. I hadn't invited her, but she seemed friendly enough, so I let her in. "I saw your door was open last night," she said casually, taking a seat at the kitchen table without waiting for an invitation. "We were worried about you." "We?" I asked, trying to keep my tone neutral. "Oh, everyone," she replied lightly, sipping her coffee. "We all keep an eye out around here." I nodded slowly, unsure whether to feel grateful or uneasy. After Linda left, I made a point of double-checking all my doors and windows. Still, each time I glanced out the window, someone across the street or next door seemed to be watching. It was subtle, nothing obvious, but unmistakable once I noticed it. Over the next few days, things intensified slightly. I'd find random objects left at my doorstep, an old book, a freshly baked loaf of bread, once even a pair of gloves neatly folded by my welcome mat. Each gift had no note, no explanation. I knew they were from my neighbors, but nobody ever mentioned it. Then came the evening John and Carol invited me over for dinner. I didn't want to go, but it felt rude to decline. Inside their house, I was struck immediately by the thick curtains drawn tight over every window, shutting out any glimpse of the outside. The furniture was perfectly neat, not a single item out of place. Dinner conversation felt rehearsed. John and Carol asked about my family, my work, even my health habits. Every question was polite, yet strangely invasive, like they were building a profile rather than making small talk. "How's your sleep?" Carol asked at one point, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Fine, I guess," I said, uncomfortable. "Why?" "Oh, nothing," she replied quickly, exchanging a glance with John. "It's just, new surroundings can be unsettling. If you need anything to help you relax, just let us know." I left that evening feeling disturbed without understanding why. Back home, I triple-checked all doors and windows before trying to sleep. But rest didn't come easily, and when it did, my dreams were strange, filled with shadowy figures standing silently at the edge of my yard. The days that followed only deepened my sense of unease. I'd see neighbors gathering in driveways, whispering amongst themselves. Conversations seemed to stop abruptly whenever I walked past. They were always friendly, overly so, but their friendliness carried an edge, like forced politeness masking something else. One evening, a few days later, I was pulling into my driveway when I saw a police car parked outside Linda's house. Curious, I approached as an officer stood talking with her on the porch. "Everything all right?" I asked, keeping my tone casual. Linda smiled quickly. "Oh, it's nothing important, just routine." The officer glanced at me briefly, his face unreadable. "You're new here?" "Moved in a month ago," I replied, feeling suddenly defensive under his gaze. He nodded slowly, jotting something down. "Notice anything unusual lately?" I hesitated, glancing at Linda, whose smile felt tighter now, more forced. I thought about mentioning the open door, the strange gifts, the feeling of always being watched. But something held me back. Maybe it was the way Linda's smile seemed frozen, or how the officer studied me so carefully. "No," I finally lied. "Nothing unusual." "Good," the officer said, pocketing his notebook. "You take care now." He returned to his car, and Linda turned toward me. Her expression softened slightly, but her eyes remained wary. "Glad you're settling in," she said lightly before disappearing into her house. As I walked back home, the street felt unnaturally quiet. It was as if the neighbors had collectively withdrawn behind their curtains, leaving me alone under the pale glow of streetlights. I glanced at my front door, checking again that it was locked. Something had changed tonight. My unease was no longer vague or dismissible. I realized, as I stepped inside and bolted the door behind me, that this neighborhood wasn't what it seemed. My neighbors weren't just overly friendly. They were keeping secrets, secrets they were determined to hide. And I had no idea yet just how dangerous those secrets were. The next morning, I woke up earlier than usual, still feeling uneasy about the night before. The encounter with the police officer had left me unsettled. I stood in my kitchen, sipping coffee, staring out the window toward the street. It was quiet, as always, perfectly calm, yet the silence felt heavier today, as though the entire neighborhood was holding its breath. As I stood there, I noticed Linda walking slowly along the sidewalk. She paused near my driveway, glancing toward my house, then quickly moved on when she saw me watching. It struck me again how strange it was that everyone here always seemed to be outside, yet nobody ever seemed to leave for work or errands. I'd never seen cars pull out of driveways or deliveries being made. It felt as though the neighborhood existed entirely within its own boundaries. I decided to go outside, partly to shake off my nerves, partly to see if things would feel more normal in the daylight. As soon as I stepped onto my front porch, John waved enthusiastically from across the street. He walked briskly toward me, his smile fixed and friendly. "Good morning," John called cheerfully. "Sleep all right?" "I did, thanks." I lied, trying to sound casual. "You?" "Oh, I always sleep well," he said, giving a short laugh. "Been here so long, I guess I'm just used to it." He paused, looking around as if to check if anyone else was watching. then stepped slightly closer, his voice lowered to an oddly conspiratorial tone. "You talked to the police last night," he said quietly, watching me carefully. "What did they say?" "Nothing really," I answered cautiously, unsure why he'd ask. "They were just checking in." "Good, good," John replied, but his eyes seemed relieved rather than interested. "They like to keep an eye on things here. It's part of what makes the neighborhood so safe." There was something about the way he emphasized safe that bothered me. Before I could respond, John stepped back, returning instantly to his friendly persona. "Anyway, I'll let you get on with your day," he said warmly. "Come by any time you want." He walked off, leaving me confused and more uncomfortable than before. I felt like I was missing something obvious, something everyone else in the neighborhood knew except me. Determined to clear my head, I drove into town later that day, stopping at a small diner near the main street. The waitress, a woman named Angie, brought coffee and took my order. As she poured a refill, she glanced curiously at me. "You're new around here, right?" she asked. "Haven't seen you before." "Yeah," I replied, grateful for normal conversation. "Moved into a house on Meadow Street a few weeks ago." She paused briefly, almost imperceptibly, before nodding. "That's a quiet neighborhood," she said, though her tone seemed to suggest something else. "Nice folks there." "Very friendly," I agreed, watching her expression carefully. Maybe a little too friendly. Angie glanced around nervously, then leaned slightly closer. "They're all a bit odd," she whispered carefully. "Don't get me wrong, they're polite and everything, just private. They don't talk much to outsiders, keep to themselves." I felt a chill run through me. "Have there been any problems out there before?" She shrugged slightly, looking hesitant to answer. "Nothing the cops ever found," she said finally. "Just rumors. People who lived there before usually left pretty quick." Before I could press for more details, another customer called for her attention. Angie gave me an apologetic glance and walked off, leaving me more concerned than ever. Back home that evening, I parked my car in the driveway, noticing immediately how quiet the street was again. Several neighbors stood on their porches or near their windows, clearly observing me. I quickly entered my house, locking the door behind me. As I set my keys down, I noticed a small envelope sitting on my coffee table. My heart skipped. It definitely wasn't mine. I had never seen it before. Cautiously, I picked it up and opened it. Inside was a short, handwritten note. "You should join us. We look out for each other." No signature, no explanation. I stood frozen, staring at the note, feeling like the walls around me were closing in. My pulse quickened. Someone had been inside again, silently making their presence known. I immediately checked the doors and windows again, all still locked, but clearly locks meant nothing here. Panicked, I called the police, my voice shaky as I described finding the note and someone being in my house. They assured me they'd send an officer immediately. Within 15 minutes, the same officer from the night before arrived at my door, expression neutral as he entered. I showed him the note, explaining how it wasn't mine, that someone must have come inside. He glanced at the note briefly, then back at me. "You're certain it isn't yours?" he asked, sounding skeptical. "Yes," I insisted, frustration creeping into my voice. "Someone else wrote it. They got into my house." The officer walked slowly through each room, checking doors, windows, and locks. After a brief inspection, he returned, shaking his head slightly. "No signs of forced entry," he said calmly. "Are you sure you didn't leave a window unlocked?" I stared at him incredulously. "I'm positive. Someone got in here." He looked at me carefully, his expression unreadable. "Listen, maybe it's just some neighborhood prank. They're good folks around here, friendly types. Might just be messing with you, trying to welcome you." "You really believe that?" I asked, frustrated. The officer hesitated, clearly choosing his words carefully. "I'm just saying, I wouldn't read too much into it. Neighborhood like this, they're always watching out for each other. They're not criminals." His reassurance felt hollow, almost rehearsed. He handed me back the note. "Call us again if something serious happens," he said firmly, then left without another word. After he drove away, I stood alone in my living room, overwhelmed by paranoia. The neighbors were still outside, casually observing my house as the sun set. Their friendliness felt sinister now. Every smile, every wave, seemed calculated. Was the police officer in on it too, protecting whatever secret they were hiding? That night, unable to sleep, I sat up listening to every creak, every sound from outside. Around midnight, my phone buzzed a text from an unknown number. "Hope you feel safe tonight." The message sent chills down my spine. I looked outside again. The street was dark, but I could feel eyes watching my window. This wasn't friendly neighborhood behavior. I was being monitored, toyed with, and clearly warned. As I sat awake in the darkness, my mind raced. Moving here had been a terrible mistake, but it was too late to just pack up and leave quietly. They were already too involved, too aware. Whatever they wanted, it wasn't my friendship or community spirit. It was something else entirely. And I realized with growing dread that my arrival in this quiet neighborhood had been no accident at all. The next morning, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. The night had dragged on endlessly, every creak of the house, every rustle outside making my heart race. When the sun finally rose, I stood at my kitchen window, staring blankly at the street. I knew the neighbors would be out there soon, smiling and waving as if nothing had happened. Around 8 o'clock, Linda appeared again, casually watering flowers near her mailbox. She glanced toward my window several times, clearly aware I was watching. I decided I'd had enough of the games, the silent threats, and the anonymous notes. If these people had something to say, I wanted them to say it directly. I stepped outside, forcing myself to look calm despite the anxiety gripping my chest. Linda smiled immediately, putting down her watering can and walking over to meet me halfway across the lawn. "Beautiful morning," she said lightly. "Did you sleep well?" Her casual small talk was infuriating, but I swallowed my irritation and kept my voice steady. "Someone left me a note last night," I said plainly, watching her carefully for any reaction. "Inside my house." Linda's face registered surprise, but just for a split second before it returned to a practiced calmness. A note? That's strange. What did it say? "You should join us," I quoted flatly. Something about looking out for each other. Linda's expression softened slightly. "Oh, that's nothing to worry about," she said reassuringly, but I could sense an edge beneath her calm tone. "Everyone here is very close. We like new neighbors to feel welcome." "Welcome enough to let yourselves into my house?" I asked sharply, unable to hide my anger now. I never gave anyone a key. How did someone get in? Linda's smile faded slightly, her eyes suddenly guarded. "Maybe you left a window unlocked," she suggested, repeating the exact phrase the police officer had used the previous night. "I'm sure nobody meant to upset you." I stared at her in disbelief, understanding now that I wouldn't get a straight answer. I nodded slowly, backing away. "Well, it stops now. If someone enters my house again, I'm calling the police, and I'll keep calling until they do something about it." Linda's eyes flashed briefly with something I couldn't identify, frustration maybe, or anger, but she quickly regained control. "No need for that," she said firmly, stepping back toward her own property. "I'll talk to the others. I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding." As she walked away, I felt even more unsettled. Linda's reaction had been too controlled, too careful. I wasn't reassured. If anything, I was more certain now that the neighbors were hiding something serious. Unable to focus on anything else, I got into my car and drove back into town, heading straight for the police station. I needed answers, and I wasn't getting them from my neighbors or from the officer who dismissed my concerns. At the station, I asked to speak to someone about the break-in. A detective named Harris came out to meet me, an older man with sharp eyes and a direct manner. We sat down in a small office, and I explained everything carefully. The unlocked door, the note, the strange conversations with neighbors, and the texts I'd received. Detective Harris listened carefully, jotting notes occasionally. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and looked at me thoughtfully. "You're talking about the Meadow Street neighborhood, correct?" he asked. "Yes," I replied cautiously, sensing his hesitation. "Is something going on there?" He paused briefly, clearly deciding how much to share. "We've had a few reports from Meadow Street over the years," he said finally. "Mostly minor things, people feeling watched, strange visitors, notes like the one you described, but nothing we've been able to verify as criminal." "Minor?" I asked incredulously. "Someone broke into my house. They left threatening notes. That doesn't seem minor to me." Harris nodded slowly, sympathetic but cautious. "I understand your concern. Believe me, I do. But we've checked things out there multiple times. Never found any evidence of forced entry, stalking, or anything criminal." I felt desperation rising. "What about the neighbors themselves? Do you know anything about them?" He hesitated again, clearly choosing his words carefully. "They're unusual, maybe, close-knit, don't talk much to outsiders, but they've lived there a long time. Good reputations, steady jobs. On paper, they're normal people." "But you don't think they're normal, do you?" I pressed him. "Off the record?" Harris sighed, glancing toward the door briefly before lowering his voice. Off the record, something about Meadow Street has always felt off. Too quiet, too isolated. But we've never been able to prove anything. If you really feel unsafe, the best I can suggest is moving somewhere else. I left the station feeling more helpless than before. If even the police thought the best solution was simply leaving, I knew my situation was serious. But part of me refused to accept that option. I hadn't done anything wrong. Why should I be the one to leave? Back at home, I spent hours researching Meadow Street online, looking for any mention of past incidents. There wasn't much, just occasional vague mentions of residents leaving suddenly, selling their houses quickly without explanations. Nothing clearly criminal. But there was enough to convince me that my experience wasn't unique. I spent the evening reinforcing every lock, double-checking every window. As darkness settled, I felt increasingly isolated. Outside, the neighbors moved quietly in and out of their houses, curtains always drawn, lights dimmed. They appeared so normal yet felt impossibly sinister. Just after midnight, as I was about to head to bed, my phone buzzed again. My heart raced as I saw another unknown number. The message was short. "You're making this harder than it needs to be." I stared at the screen, dread settling deep into my stomach. Before I could even process it, there was a sharp knock on my door. My body went cold. Slowly, I approached the door, peering cautiously through the peephole. It was John, standing casually on my porch, smiling politely, as if it was perfectly normal to knock at midnight. I considered ignoring him, but something made me open the door just slightly. "It's late," I said firmly, leaving the chain latched. John smiled apologetically. "I know, and I'm sorry. But we saw you went to the police again today. We really want to help you understand." "Understand what?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "We protect our own here. You're new, so you don't realize it yet, but you're already part of our community. You belong here." His words felt rehearsed, deliberate. I shook my head. "I don't want to be part of whatever you're doing. Leave me alone." John's eyes hardened slightly, his friendly expression faltering. "It's too late for that," he said softly. "You're involved now, whether you like it or not." He stepped back slowly, turning and disappearing into the darkness. I closed the door, trembling. John's words echoed in my head, unsettling and final. This was no longer just neighbors being intrusive or overly friendly. They were involved in something serious, something secretive, and now they expected me to join them. I realized, standing alone in my locked house, that whatever I'd stumbled into wasn't going to stop. They were determined to draw me in, one way or another. I had to find out exactly what was happening here before it was too late. The next morning, I didn't even pretend things were normal. Sleep had been impossible after John's visit, and when daylight finally crept in, I felt exhausted and on edge. I paced around the house for an hour, replaying his words in my mind. The calm certainty in his voice, the quiet threat behind his polite smile. It felt as if the walls of my house had closed in overnight. I showered quickly, dressed, and stepped out onto the porch. My eyes immediately scanned the street. It seemed quiet enough, though Linda's curtains shifted slightly, revealing that someone was watching from across the street. A chill ran down my spine, but I pretended not to notice and headed straight to my car. Driving away felt momentarily freeing, and I headed back into town. My first stop was a hardware store, where I bought new locks and security cameras. I knew it might not solve everything, but it felt better to be doing something proactive rather than just waiting for the next incident. Afterward, I decided to return to the diner, hoping Angie might be working. She had seemed uneasy about the neighborhood before. Maybe she knew more than she'd been willing to share the last time. When I entered, the diner was mostly empty. Angie saw me immediately, and something about her expression made it clear she wasn't surprised I'd returned. She gestured discreetly toward a booth near the back, away from other patrons. "You look worse than before," she said quietly, pouring coffee without asking. "Things gotten bad?" I nodded, relieved to speak openly. "My neighbors keep letting themselves into my house. They leave notes, send texts. The police don't seem to take it seriously. I don't know what to do." Angie frowned, leaning closer. "I didn't want to scare you before, but you're not the first to deal with this. Meadow Street has had a reputation for years. Good people move in, then they suddenly change. Some move out quietly without explanation. Others just become different." "Different how?" I asked carefully, the unease tightening in my chest. She glanced around nervously, lowering her voice further. "Like them, quiet, secretive, distant, like they're in on something nobody else can understand. And when outsiders don't cooperate or start asking questions, things happen." My heartbeat quickened. "What kind of things?" Angie hesitated, clearly reluctant to say more. "There was a woman named Anna about 3 years ago," she finally admitted. "Moved in alone, same as you. Seemed nice. Then she started telling people about neighbors sneaking in, strange conversations, feeling threatened. The cops checked it out but didn't find anything." "Then what?" I pressed urgently. She looked away, troubled. "One day, she just packed her things and left, didn't say goodbye. Left furniture behind, mail piling up. Nobody knows exactly what happened. She just disappeared. Police said she moved away, but she never called anyone, never forwarded mail." Angie paused, shaking her head slowly. "They protect each other, whatever they're doing there. The police probably know more than they admit. I've heard rumors some of the cops even have family living in that neighborhood." I sat quietly, absorbing the implications. If the police were involved or protecting the neighbors, where could I possibly turn? "Listen," Angie said suddenly, her tone firm. "If things get worse, you need to leave. Don't tell anyone you're going. Don't announce it, just get out. Trust me." I nodded slowly, her seriousness driving the urgency deeper. "Thanks," I said softly. "I'll keep it in mind." Leaving the diner, my anxiety had grown sharper, more focused. I was trapped in something darker than I'd ever imagined. But before considering Angie's advice to flee, I needed evidence, something concrete to show the police. or maybe even someone outside the town altogether. Back at home, I installed the new locks and cameras carefully, placing them around the front and back doors and one in the hallway facing the main entrance. I tested each carefully, reassured slightly by the blinking red lights indicating they were recording. Yet the comfort was fleeting. Would this even deter my neighbors, or just make them more cautious? As darkness approached again, anxiety built in my chest. I paced around the living room, the new locks and cameras feeling insufficient. Outside, the neighborhood was silent, yet I sensed eyes watching behind thick curtains, patiently waiting. Hours passed slowly until just after 11 o'clock, when my phone lit up. Another unknown number, another message. "You're only hurting yourself. Stop fighting us." My blood ran cold. Almost immediately afterward, the motion sensor lights near the back door flashed on. I froze, heart pounding. Quickly pulling up the camera feed on my phone, I watched in horror as a shadowy figure calmly tested the lock at my back door. The camera captured the person clearly. It was John, his face calm, as if he felt perfectly safe entering my property uninvited. I grabbed my phone, dialing the police immediately. This time a different officer answered, sounding bored. "Someone's trying to break into my house right now," I said urgently. "I have them on camera. Please hurry." "We'll send someone out," the officer replied flatly. "Stay inside." I stood frozen, watching the video feed as John glanced up at the camera. His eyes were steady, calm, completely unafraid. He smiled slightly, then stepped backward slowly, disappearing into the darkness behind the house. Minutes passed anxiously until headlights finally flashed across my living room window. 2 officers knocked at the door, and I quickly let them in, showing them the recorded footage. "That's John from across the street," I said angrily. "He tried to get in." The officers exchanged a glance, one sighing slightly as he studied the video. "Look, it doesn't show him forcing entry," he explained patiently. "He's just checking the door handle. Without forced entry or threats, there isn't much we can do." My frustration exploded. "What are you talking about? He was trespassing. He's been harassing me for days. He left threatening notes. How is this not serious?" The second officer spoke calmly, but firmly. "We understand you're upset, but legally, this footage alone isn't enough. Have you considered that maybe you misinterpreted his actions?" I stared at him, incredulous. Misinterpreted? He was checking to see if my door was unlocked in the middle of the night. The officers exchanged another look, clearly unwilling to do more. "We'll speak to John," the first officer offered finally. "But unless there's clear evidence of criminal activity, our hands are tied." After they left, I slumped against the wall, despair flooding over me. The police wouldn't help. My neighbors were fearless and determined. Angie's advice echoed in my mind. Maybe leaving quietly was my only option. But just as the thought took hold, my phone buzzed again. Another message, this one brief but chilling. "Leaving won't solve anything. We're everywhere." Fear surged through me again. They knew exactly what I was thinking, as if they'd heard every conversation I'd had today. I scanned the room desperately, paranoia gripping my thoughts. Were they watching even now? The realization sank heavily into my chest. I couldn't leave easily, not if they were already aware of my intentions. I was trapped in a nightmare, surrounded by people who seemed to control every aspect of this neighborhood and possibly even beyond. I sat awake all night, uncertain of my next move, but sure of one thing: I was being watched, controlled, and manipulated by people who weren't just neighbors. They were a community, a secretive group determined to keep their lives hidden, and they would do anything to ensure I became one of them. Or disappeared, just like the others. I spent the next day feeling trapped inside my own home. The sunlight that streamed through the windows felt wrong somehow, as if even daylight belonged to them. I moved quietly through the house, barely making noise, drawn to each window every few minutes to look out at the street. No matter when I checked, someone was always watching. Curtains twitched slightly as I passed by. Neighbors appeared on their porches, pretending to busy themselves with meaningless tasks, all the while casting quick glances toward my house. By mid-afternoon, exhaustion overtook paranoia. I was mentally drained from endless worry and physically weak from lack of sleep. I knew I had to make a decision: soon stay and keep fighting, or risk trying to leave despite their warning. The more I thought about it, the more leaving seemed the only real option left. Staying here meant constantly watching my back, questioning every noise, wondering which neighbor would be waiting for me outside. I quietly started packing essential items into a small duffel bag, trying to appear casual if anyone were watching. I chose clothes, important papers, cash just enough to get away quickly. My heart was pounding the entire time, fear rising as I remembered the last text I'd received. Were they watching me pack? Did they already know my intentions? When dusk began to settle, I stood near the window one last time, scanning the street carefully. The neighbors were all inside now, lights on behind thick curtains. Taking a deep breath, I moved quickly to the back door, gripping my bag tightly. I planned to exit through the rear of the property, slipping quietly past the houses behind mine, hoping to avoid detection. Stepping outside, the cool evening air sent chills down my spine. It was silent now, too silent. Even insects seemed absent from the backyard. I moved quietly toward the rear fence, glancing constantly over my shoulder. When I reached the gate, my hand shook as I lifted the latch. But the moment I pushed the gate open, headlights suddenly flooded the yard, blinding me. A vehicle had quietly parked behind my house, blocking my intended escape. My stomach dropped as John stepped out of the driver's side, walking slowly toward me. Carol sat calmly in the passenger seat, watching. "Going somewhere?" John asked calmly, stopping a few feet away, his tone casual, as if we'd just run into each other at the grocery store. "What are you doing here?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite trying to sound angry. "Why can't you just leave me alone?" He smiled almost sadly. "We told you. You're part of us now. You can't just walk away." "Part of what?" I shouted, fear making my voice louder. "I never agreed to anything. I don't even know what you people are doing here." "You're asking the wrong questions," John said quietly, stepping closer. "The only thing you need to know is we look after our own. It's safer for everyone. I glanced around desperately, realizing now that my neighbors had quietly appeared, standing silently in their backyards, forming an almost invisible circle around us. They watched without expression, unmoving, waiting for something. "I'm not going with you," I said firmly, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Whatever this is, I don't want any part of it." "You already are," Carol said gently from the car, her voice soft but authoritative. "Once you're here, you're with us. No one just leaves." John stepped closer, his expression turning stern. "We hoped you'd understand, that you'd come around willingly. You're making this harder than it needs to be." Fear surged through me, adrenaline pumping through my veins. Without thinking clearly, I bolted sideways, sprinting toward the other side of the yard. John reacted instantly, calling my name sharply, but I didn't look back. I ran desperately, leaping over a low hedge, pushing past branches that tore at my clothes and skin. I stumbled onto the next street, gasping, and kept running. I didn't stop until I reached the main road leading out of the neighborhood. My lungs burned, legs trembling, but I forced myself onward. Reaching the edge of town, I finally slowed, catching my breath, feeling slightly safer on this more public, well-lit street. Unsure where else to go, I decided to head back to the diner, hoping Angie was still there. It felt like my only safe option now. When I pushed through the diner's door, she looked up immediately, surprise and concern on her face. "You okay?" she asked, hurrying toward me. "What happened?" "They blocked me from leaving," I said breathlessly, looking around nervously. I tried to escape out the back, but John and Carol stopped me. "Everyone in that neighborhood is watching me. They said I can't leave." Angie's eyes widened with real fear. "Come with me," she said quickly, leading me into the kitchen area where we could speak privately. "Listen, this isn't something you can fight alone. They have connections all over this town, police, businesses, even city officials. That's why nothing ever changes. Anyone who speaks up gets intimidated into silence or disappears." "How is this even possible?" I asked desperately. "Why hasn't anyone ever done something about it?" "They have," Angie said firmly. "People try, but it's always the same. If you start trouble, they push you out, or worse. You have to leave town tonight. Don't stop. Don't talk to anyone. Just drive somewhere far away and start over." My hands shook as reality sank in. "You really think they'd follow me?" "Yes," Angie said quietly, her voice firm. "You can't underestimate these people. They'll do anything to protect their secrets." Angie quickly scribbled directions onto a napkin. "Follow this route. It's a back road out of town through the old logging trails. It won't be easy, but they won't expect it." I took the directions, thanked Angie sincerely, and quickly left through the diner's back entrance. Minutes later, I was behind the wheel, driving cautiously toward the route Angie had given me. The road turned to gravel and then narrowed, becoming barely a trail through dense trees. Darkness closed around me, headlights cutting weakly through the shadows. Every sound, every branch that brushed the side of my car startled me, but I kept going. If Angie was right, this was my best chance. After an hour driving through darkness, I emerged onto another paved road I didn't recognize, miles away from town. Relief washed over me momentarily, though paranoia still gripped me tightly. I stopped briefly to check the map. Just as I opened it, headlights appeared behind me, approaching quickly. Panic shot through me again. I sped up, praying it wasn't them, hoping it was just another car. But the lights closed the distance rapidly, forcing me to accelerate dangerously on the unfamiliar road. As I navigated a tight curve, my car hit gravel and began sliding uncontrollably. The next moments felt surreal. I heard the crunch of metal and breaking glass as the car slid off the shoulder, hitting a tree with sudden force. Everything went black briefly, disorienting me as I fought to remain conscious. Moments later, blurry shapes appeared in my vision, figures walking slowly toward my wrecked car. My heart sank as John's familiar voice reached my ears. "We told you," he said quietly, approaching slowly. "You can't run from us." As I struggled to remain conscious, he opened the car door calmly, his face showing no emotion. I felt hands carefully pulling me from the wreckage. My vision blurred further, and the last thing I saw clearly were neighbors' faces, quietly surrounding me, expressionless, silent, as darkness finally overtook me. When I opened my eyes again, everything felt blurry, my head throbbing with pain. The room slowly came into focus. I was lying on a bed, surrounded by plain walls painted in a neutral shade of beige. I tried to sit up, but sharp pain surged through my side, forcing me back down. My memory came rushing back. The chase, the accident, John and the neighbors standing silently around me. I glanced around, panic gripping my chest. Sunlight filtered weakly through closed blinds, giving little indication of where I was or how much time had passed. Carefully, I pushed myself upright again, ignoring the pain, and swung my legs over the side of the bed. My ribs felt bruised, my muscles stiff. I moved toward the door, half expecting it to be locked. To my surprise, the handle turned easily, revealing a quiet, dimly lit hallway beyond. As I stepped out cautiously, voices drifted toward me from downstairs. They sounded calm, conversational, ordinary. It felt surreal. I moved quietly to the staircase, gripping the railing to steady myself, listening closely as the conversation became clearer. "He'll understand eventually," a voice said softly. I recognized it immediately, Linda's gentle tone. "He needs time," John replied. "They always do. But eventually, they all see it's for the best."